I will be getting up at times. But when you talking, just because I ain't sitting there, keep talking, and people will be logging on to we'll be live streaming right here on IG. So we are officially live streaming.
Okay.
We are live streaming, so we're going to be live streaming on my DAVIDEMETRI live in color YouTube,
Okay.
which I want you to start
Hey, TikTok. How you
subscribing and
doing? I'm on
following.
live on TikTok as well. So,
Okay, good.
so I'm looking
Perfect.
this way, looking at you. So I'm live on
Perfect.
TikTok.
Good. Perfect. We all going live at the same time.
So when you go live on Instagram, it'll be on my Instagram as well.
Nah, it's on mine. But once it's done, I'm gonna repost everything. I'm gonna be reposting this whole week my different
Okay.
lives. So like, what's gonna happen is, what a gorgeous smile. What's gonna happen is that's when you can get it and share it, whatnot, and then we can have a side talk where I can cut up pieces, whatnot. What up, Delphi
Okay.
Priestess? Delphi Priestess, shining the light, gratitude.
Right.
So, we got Sister Mika in the house from the LB, Strong Beach, bringing the knowledge and the wisdom going on with these cases, because like I always say, our world is in contention. Do y'all mind if I smoke? Do y'all mind if I drink some wine out the bottle?
Okay, because I have my wine now
Let me
on
go.
deck. Okay.
Let me
Because we
get my.
got a lot to talk about and cover. You feel me?
Hey, DAVIDEMETRI live in color. DAVIDEMETRI live in color. We're shining to y'all. Globally, we are shining. Me and Sister Mika, Delphi Priestess is in the house too. Let me hook this phone up so I can get my calls in. We shadow our people. We nocturnal, so we bring the knowledge on these because our world is in contention.
Right.
The great mothers and fathers of the ancient haven't returned yet, even though we are them. We are the melanoids. We are the mothers and fathers of civilization, and we are star touchers. We outdate this world and planet. But our great ones will be returning to liberate the surface dwellers of the earth. And right now, we're the ones that have to bring the message and enlighten each other. So that's the greatness of what you are doing. We are on live on IG, Instagram, DAVIDEMETRI. TikTok, DAVIDEMETRI. TikTok, say your TikTok.
It's Mika Varela, Lovely Eyes, Queen Rise, actually. Queen Rise.
Spell that out to them.
It is actually Queen Rise, Rise. Or you can find me as Mika, Meeka, Varela, Berela.
All right. This is wonderful, y'all. Y'all got to find her on TikTok, Instagram,
Oh,
because
let me get my Instagram. My
Yeah.
Instagram is Lovely Eyes 7632. So that's Lovely LOVLYEYES 7632. Check me out over there as well.
y'all got to. When we do good things and we communicate with each other, we're showing gratitude.
That's right.
I had to get off about I got some leg injuries. I had to get off social media about a month and a half, 2 months ago, and chill. I was doing little like 1 minute posts on and whatever I put on YouTube, but Instagram was taking up more of my energy, so I had to chill for a minute, and I just barely started back. And then the weird thing is, I start back right, and I go out and do some sprints. I used to run the 400 even in college and stuff.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and so the Olympics get any of us that have been athletes on a head trip. I go out and sprint. It's no big deal, but the problem is I have a hip injury, and I had a knee surgery on the same leg. Not thinking my hamstring is doing all the work. And so if you're a sprinter, you can go out and practice a certain way, and it'll make you, little by little, you start getting super faster and faster and faster and more powerful. And I was feeling so good in that run. It was the fastest I ran since the surgery, since 2021. I had to be going a good 10 miles per hour. I was moving.
Oh, you was rolling. You put the shoes on sports mode. Okay.
The crazy thing was, the injuries I had didn't bother me. My hamstring popped on me.
Yeah.
So when I called my trainer, he was like, "Man, I told you, your hamstring is doing all the work until your hip get better." And so my hamstring popped on me. I said, "You know what? This is a sign. Go social media full time."
Right. Right.
Because we about to
Chill
release
the
the book.
hamstring down. Turn your sports mode off for a minute.
Yes, you know that wisdom is like Delphi Priestess would say. She on the IG, and she would say that's the feminine consciousness. You know, if I was tapped more into my feminine consciousness, my mom, who's in the ancestor realm, and the others, I would have knew that. But that toxic masculine, I want to run through trees. I want to be the master of the physical realm. You know what I'm saying? Like,
but the body got a whole nother idea. That happens. The body has a whole new has a different idea than what you want to do.
But
trust me, I don't want to run and stuff, but my knees is not gonna let that go down. Not that.
Trust me, I know way more than you. I have been fucked up in the game. Like, so many injuries. I had my nose broken, street fights, and in the ring. Like, ooh. I had my neck broke being kidnapped when I was in a dope game. I don't even be telling my stories yet because
you was kidnapped. Oh, we're gonna have to do a whole,
I was in the game.
Do a whole live on that one. You talk to me about that.
I was in the game. Look how thick this book is. I wrote.
Damn.
My childhood, teenhood, and adulthood, and still couldn't put all the stories in. I wrote them all down, but I couldn't put them all in it.
Right.
So it's called Outline to Empower. Outline to Empower: How to Do and What to Know for Evolutionary Living. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I laugh because you got to laugh at your pain. Ain't that what he said?
Hey, absolutely. You have to laugh at your pain, for real, honey.
So when you gonna drop a book on us?
You know what? I thought about doing a book. I do have a journey. I mean, I have so many different stories. Funny and serious at the same time. But right now I'm really focusing on social media. You know what I'm saying? You see, I'm getting into the YSL trial. I'm getting into that whole Diddy situation, and our whole culture is on the line right now.
It is. They trying to take away that. Like I was saying earlier, they want to control what we think and how we think it and how we feel about ourselves. So if this person, we basically should be at a point where, okay, this person's fucked up, but at the same time, we need to learn from what they went through and get the good out of what they gave us. Because you got to do that with your own self. But they got us wanting somebody to be perfect. Or just to be blindly numb and just let them get away with whatever the fuck. But in real life,
that's like you said, that's how they set up society right now. It's a mess. It's very disheartening, actually, because when we're looking at this unfold, especially with the Diddy situation, it broke my heart. First of all, we've been knowing what he's been doing. You know what I'm saying? And I think what broke my heart more than anything about the Diddy situation is all the people in the industry, all those they knew about it.
Yeah.
And turned blind eyes.
Oh, we're about to go in. We're about to go in because I worked for Sony. Tupac got me at my first job in the industry, 93. His manager out here was Cypress Hill in the West Coast. He had a couple managers, but his main manager in the West Coast, he was Cypress Hill manager. Talking on him, he got me a job for him, and I was watching all that shit.
Yeah. With the beef, you talking about the beef and everything that was going on?
Nah, but before that, it was just like seeing how everybody was roll. I just didn't realize how much LGBTQ, as they call it now, I didn't know how much of that sex was going around. And then I didn't realize how many people were being drugged and getting turned out that way.
So oh my God, that's what's blowing my mind right now, David. That's what's that's where it's like, look, you done heard stories. It's one thing to be hearing stories, hearing rumors, you know what I'm saying? And you hear all this stuff going on. You know, you probably part of you can sit there and say, I believe some of it.
Yeah.
Maybe some of it's not true. But with this whole situation with Diddy, dude, do you know, me and you need to stay on top of this. Let me tell you why.
Okay.
Because the names are going to start coming out. And I can name, like, don't be surprised if you see Quincy Jones' name pop up.
Woo, I just was talking there earlier. Did you hear me? Did you hear what I said earlier? Oh, okay, you ain't got on. Well, how about...
Don't be surprised if Quincy Jones' name come up. We're
and
going to have Clive
Lucy,
Davis' name that's going to come up.
Ooh, Clive Davis and Lucy and Grange.
We got the other one, Andre so-and-so. I forgot his name. He was actually...
the Andre.
him. It's this culture in the industry. So here's what I've been studying and stuff and just kind of looking into it. People doing their videos and they kind of digging. You know, everybody starts digging. So there was Jamie Foxx's name came up. Kevin Hart's name came up. We got Clive Davis. We have Dwayne Wade. We have Will Smith.
Yeah, he's a big one. He's somebody that you gotta. He's that motherfucker.
Yo,
him and his wife.
But it's been rumors though that he's had a relationship. Okay, so this is what I heard. Okay, allegedly, you know, we gotta say allegedly. Will Smith and Diddy had a relationship. Allegedly, okay,
or a fucking ship.
If that's what you want to call it, okay. But then when you see that all this stuff has come out, you start putting the dots together.
Oh yeah.
So you start connecting the dots. You start going back to the old videos. Did you see that doggone video of Justin Bieber? Ooh, that broke my heart.
It did, because he was so naive and his mama put him there.
Yeah, but you hear the song he's singing, he crying out, and everybody's like, damn, I didn't even know he was even talking about. Yes, he was like, what, 18? But then, did you hear about Kim Porter's book that came out? Well,
I didn't. I heard a little bit about it, but I never got to look through it. We need to start somewhere. I think that's a perfect place. Well, first of all, y'all, we're gonna go into these cases. We're gonna start with P. Diddy. Yet what really draw me to this sister, now me and this sister met on my Earth Strong, just like I met Tupac on my Earth Strong on my birthday get together in '93. So I meet somebody on my Earth Strong on my birthday, I always appreciate that. So I met this sister a couple years ago on my birthday out in Long Beach. And so she been dropping knowledge on me whenever we communicate and whatnot. So she talks about these cases. And the one that's really, I had no idea how in-depth and how dirty the shit was until I've been logging into TikTok and really following her, is this Fulton County down in Georgia, ain't it? Georgia.
Ooh, Fulton County.
And now that's with the YSL, Young Thug and all them, their case. And it is really eye-opening because, like I keep saying, our world is in contention on a spiritual level. So they want, you know, when all you have, like I said, I was in a dope game. You think I wanted to be in a damn fucked up dope game in the late 80s and 90s?
Right.
You know how fucked up it was back then? There was no way out. But guess who got out? Never got caught in a case. Never got locked up over it. But I got my ass beaten, kidnapped.
I want to know about that damn story.
Well, we'll do that. But right now, I think it's more important that people and anyone, whether it be my Instagram, my Facebook at DAVIDEMETRI Johnson, or David Demetri Live in Color on YouTube, or the Original World Union on YouTube. We gonna learn from you what you got to give us about this Diddy case and this YSL Fulton County case. So let's start with Diddy, since people are already hyped up on it. We gonna stay a little bit at a time on Diddy, but we really gonna go on that other case. But
yeah, we can do Diddy a little bit. I guess pretty much everyone has pretty much heard that he has been arrested. He is,
I'll keep talking. I'll be right back.
Yeah, so he basically has been arrested. They finally got him. They caught him. He has different charges against him. He was denied bail twice. The thing about Diddy is, you can tell, like, he's been so much involved in this lifestyle. Like, it's a lifestyle. You know what I'm saying? So he's having freak offs several times a week. He has 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lube in a room. Like, he has supply. He has his staff helping him set this up. And the thing is that this whole freak off has been in our faces for years. I'm going to say at least 20 years. At least 20 years. You know what I'm saying? And so now, because Cassie decided to come out, was brave enough, to say something, filed that lawsuit, got her, look, he gave her that money the next day. Did you see that? The next day.
He thought he could get off of that because of that payment.
And that just opened up the floodgates. It opened up Pandora's box.
Oh, yeah.
It opened it up. But here's the thing with Diddy, and this is the scary thing. It's like it really has shook the hip hop world. It's shaking the culture, because now the truth is gonna come out. Didn't Cat Williams say that, David? Didn't Cat Williams say in January? He said this is the year of the truth. When everybody starts getting exposed. Now, how do you know that?
That's crazy.
How do you know that?
It's crazy that he said that. I loved it.
I loved it too.
He sounded the alarm. He sounded the alarm.
He did. He sounded the alarm on that. And when he did it, it just all of a sudden everything started rolling in, rushing in. That's why I'm saying, don't be surprised if you hear about, okay, let me back up. We all know Diddy was groomed, right?
Groomed.
He was groomed.
Not just by Clive Davis, but also by Lucian Grange.
Yeah. He was groomed.
If y'all don't know who Lucian Grange is, check that name. Universal Music Group, the most powerful man of all music entertainment.
But you've heard stories from different celebrities who talk about this Illuminati. They talk about the culture and what happens in there. A lot of things that I've been hearing, which I totally agree with, is that they have this club. So this is what I've been hearing. Is like, I've heard it for a long time. They have this club basically. So it's like undercover DL type club. So you have Clive Davis, you have all the ones who participate in this, and their job is to take new artists, turn them out, and make them successful. Right? So they turn them out. Diddy was turned out.
Yeah.
He definitely was turned out. So his behavior is not something that he created on his own. This is something that happened to him when he was, just an intern. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And first of all, Diddy is not a rapper. You know what I'm saying? And his thing is that they were sitting here saying, like, Will Smith is part of this club, Clive Davis is part of this club, Quincy Jones is a part of this club. And basically, it's like, if you want to get into the industry, and that's what Cat Williams was talking about. He says, I done turned down, two offers, $50 million, I turned it down. He says, because I value my booty hole. He says, I don't want nobody messing with it. You know what I'm saying? And he said, when Diddy gives a party, you got to tell him what? No. You see what I'm saying? You got to tell him no. So this is something that's known in the industry. He's known for this. Yeah. So I'm like, okay, Diddy's in prison, is in jail right now. I wonder how long is it going to take before he starts dropping names.
It's crazy. Don't go any further before y'all need to recognize. She said in the industry, Diddy has been known for doing what he does. It's not new. And I said that earlier to everybody. We knew Diddy had money invested into helping, not the only one, Quincy Jones also, into killing Tupac. But also we all knew in the industry that Diddy was about trying to put some dick in men, young men.
Yeah. Yeah. And with this Kim Porter's, I guess it was her diary that basically someone had actually released.
Her diary.
And she basically said she knew Diddy was a part of all this stuff, but what shocked her was her seeing him, doing this with young boys. One being a pop star who's very popular. Come on, we can put two and two together. We know who that is.
Justin.
And then when you see him, and when you go back to his old videos, if you have the opportunity, go back to old videos when he was, when he ran into Diddy. Diddy like, why haven't you been answering my text messages? Why haven't you? And you can see the look on his face like he's scared.
Wow, that shit was fucking going down.
Yeah,
right in front
and
of our
he did a
face.
song. I forgot the name of the song. Which I was prepared to give you the name of the song, but people are playing this song that Justin Bieber recently did, and he's basically saying, he said, I was a young dumb kid, and nobody would help me.
Not even his mama. She put him there.
Yeah, nobody would help him. Nobody would,
Mm.
you put him in this situation, and first of all, he's a little white boy.
It don't matter the race. A young
And it
Michael,
don't matter the race, but it's just
he got a young little innocent guy.
with this being done and him saying what he's saying, he's gonna get he's getting major sympathy behind that. And then this is just a bad look. You know what I'm saying? It's just a bad look. It's horrible. It's disheartening. And then you think of how many times have Diddy done this? How many times have client? Do you know there are so many higher ups? It ain't just the people here in the United States. Diddy had people around the world involved in this. He's just as bad as Epstein. It's not worse. It's not worse.
He's a black. I said that the other day. He's the black American entertainment. Epstein.
Yeah.
He is. He really is. He's been that. And I just want to say, sadly, a lot of brothers really shitting on me. And these same brothers right now are all on Diddy, dogging him out, clowning him. But I can go to these same motherfuckers' barbershop. They hit them up on social media, go to their jobs, whatever it is, wherever they at, and be like, nigga, I told y'all asses, and y'all was pushing me back, clowning me, acting like I wasn't nothing. But I was the one that worked in the industry. So what do y'all have to say? I go to all they social media, these same dudes is sitting the fuck up there, whether they from LA or the Bay, Vegas, or Arizona, wherever I know them from, Atlanta. They all sitting up there going in on Diddy like they the one. And I was sitting up there telling them because I was loyal to Tupac because of what he did for me. And it was like, nobody would listen to me. Now look.
It's true. It's true. And it's like, I'm like looking at R. Kelly. I'm like, shoot.
Wow. Damn.
I'm like, R. Kelly's small potatoes, okay, right now.
You can only imagine what R. Kelly is thinking.
He started defending Diddy, talking about how y'all gonna lock this man up when everybody in the industry is doing it.
R. Kelly?
No, Bootsy.
Oh, Bootsy. What the fuck? I couldn't believe that shit. Hold on.
He was sitting there like everybody doing, the whole industry, which is true. He's not lying. It is true.
It is true. He right. But at the same time, we supposed to let these niggas keep pushing dope to these 16-year-old girls, these 17-year-old girls with kids, so they can all be strung out, or why they getting strung out, the other niggas is putting them out on the, you know what I'm saying? And then what the kid going through, hearing these kids hearing their mom nigga running in and out of their mama's room, It's just like, so the same fucking thing. You supposed to act like, you know what I'm saying? It's a different from pimping and destroying people's lives.
Right.
It's a level of being a player, and then pimping. All of it's toxic masculinity, though. All of it's kind of like toxic masculinity. And then you got women that's in the game, mimicking the men, ruining little girls or young dudes' lives.
Yeah.
So I think he kind of like Bootsy. I think he feel like he got a little dirt on him. And
let me tell you something. Every time Bootsy opens his damn mouth about any other body of business, he got a damn warrant the next day.
God damn. That shit is bizarre.
Every time he opened his mouth and say, have an opinion, it's like, at some point, Bootsy, shut up.
Damn. That's crazy that you even pointed that out.
Like, yeah, it's true. But here's the problem. The problem is that this industry needs to be exposed. This is like and I said, I go more spiritual on it. Let's go spiritual real quick. On a spiritual level.
I'm listening. I can hear you.
These are sacrifices. These are like sacrifices that these people are making with these other people's lives. So you think if the ritual, you got this club where you got Clive Davis, these very powerful people who controls the industry, and their way of controlling is having these freak offs. Diddy ain't the only woman having free.
Hold on, that's game.
Guns?
Hold on. So part of them controlling, you mean like Lucien Grange, Clive Davis, these higher ups. Mm-hmm. Part of it is the parties. Right. That's how they're controlling the people in the industry, is through the parties. Can you explain that? Can you give us some game? Drop some jewels.
What I do know about, like, with the parties and stuff like that, there's a lot. Like, there's been a couple of times I went to after parties in Hollywood. Okay. And I remember going to this one particular after party. I think it was like 4 in the morning or something like that. When I went in there, it looked like Sodom and Gomorrah. I was like, ooh. You talking about people having sex in the corners, drugs is everywhere. You got celebrities everywhere, just in there, and they're just indulging. So that's a sense of control. So they talk about when these freak-offs and stuff, they're serving alcohol. They're putting drugs inside the alcohol to make the people, relax, not really be able to fight or put up a fight or contest or anything. So they're involved in this, you got ecstasy, Molly, and all kinds of stuff going on. And a lot of it was going on, not even knowing, you know what I'm saying, that they're drugged. And then you have Diddy, who sat there, and not just Diddy, but other celebrities done this, where they're recording. They're recording you.
So they can keep you a slave. They can keep you, call you and be like, come, we need you to come perform.
Exactly. And Mary J. Blige's name's about to come up. Well, it's already came up.
But it's crazy because I didn't think about that. But I knew she was with what's her name from Jodeci, and they was scrapping all the time.
Let me tell you something. You remember Mary J. Blige was really heavy in drugs?
Yeah, with.
Why you think that? So come to find out, it started, I guess, in Kim Porter's little book or her diary, she talked about Mary J. Blige being part of these situations where basically had a threesome with Diddy and Cassie.
Mary J. Blige?
Yeah.
Wow. What about Free from 106 in Park?
Well, I haven't heard anything yet about her. It's just a lot. Let me tell you something. It's gonna be. This is how I think it's going to turn out. There's no way the higher up is going to allow Diddy to be able to say anything about anyone. He's going to end up like Epstein. That's why they said that while he's in there, he needs to really be careful because his life is in danger.
They were trying to lie.
Suge Knight called from prison.
Oh, yeah, Suge Knight.
He said that. He said, dog, your life is in danger. You got too much information. Now, had Diddy just been a good boy and kept his mouth shut and not go after the alcohol when he was doing the Ciroc, remember that?
Yeah, I think that's being blown out of proportion. I do think that's part of it, but I think he actually, I think Cassie is who told them, hey, he got videos on all y'all. And nobody wants to listen to me. Think about that. She finally got away from him. She's bitter and she wants the money. That's all she knows is to have it like she wanted.
Right.
And so in order to get it, she has to leverage. So when she got around Lucien Grange, owner of Universal Music Group,
right,
biggest powerful music person on the whole planet,
right,
who was over and friends with Puff, and she tells him he was videotaping himself suck your dick. You know what I'm saying? He like they was getting it on. These motherfuckers, Puff was fucking everybody. I mean, for what I know, Puff proud of that shit. Like, I fuck every nigga, every man, black, Latino. He fucked J-Lo. He fucked everything. And they mama, daddy too. And so he videotaped it. We used to sit back and watch the videos and have freak-offs watching the video of you. So what the fuck do you think Clive Davis, Lucien Grange, and them gonna think? So my thing is that bullshit ass case everybody think, that shit is small fry. But when homegirl got to talking, you got to realize she had access to all of them mother suckers. They all came, oh my God. And then when they did, they said, well, can you tell me more about what? Yeah, he got videos on all y'all. because we're gonna take care of anything you want.
The feds got them now. Hold on, here's the trick. The feds got these videos now.
Wait. Well, on that note, hold on now. I heard that he flew a lot of the evidence out on that plane everybody thought he was on, and it makes sense because there's places you got when them places like how it used to be Switzerland, but now they switch it in different places, like in Dubai, United Arab Emirates, and all that stuff, where you can create those little corporations, etc. Well, and have those little boxes where you could put anything no one has access to it. Well, and they can't send you back to America or Europe to be prosecuted.
Oh, well, yeah.
So he sends his shit to
Russell Simmons.
Yes. There you go.
He got up out Trump and ain't came back.
Never came back.
But he wanted them too.
Absolutely.
He wanted them too.
And the thing is, the way they play that shit clearly is that as long as you know you have evidence on us. I don't even think.
Let me ask you a question. Obviously, Diddy piss some folks off.
Absolutely.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Because two things we know for sure: he's a sexual deviant. That's one. Mm-hmm. Two, we do know the industry has been protecting him this whole time.
Absolutely.
Until he was no longer convenient for them.
Absolutely. I'm listening.
So I'm trying to figure out who he pissed off and how far are they gonna let this go. Because one thing I know for sure, they are not going to allow him to speak and drop names. That's one of the reasons why I feel like the FBI went down to his Miami home and he went to the Los Angeles home to go get them videos. Go get it. Because they do. When once Cassie did what she did, and she said what she said, dude, do you know Homeland Security?
I know.
Why you got Homeland Security at your house?
Immediately. And I think it's Lucy and Grains that he.
In there. There's big names that are in there. There's people in there that, just like Epstein, we still to this day have not heard all the names on that list.
Hey, you know what? You got to realize something. Epstein went to his parties. Fucking Epstein. Hey, you know who else I think went to one of his parties? You ready? Elon Musk. He did. Hold on. Didn't the Obamas go in there? I'm not sure. I doubt they did. We getting into the political realm. They probably did.
They all know. You know Trump just had
Quincy Jones.
Getting on her.
Quincy Jones. Quincy.
But did you hear what Albie Shore said? Like, you remember when he went into a coma?
Right. You hear who he blamed?
Right after Kim died from allegedly of pneumonia.
But so they were taking them out because of something they knew.
Well, they need to open up. Here's the thing: they need to open up an investigation on her death. Period.
They don't even have an open investigation on her.
No, they on Kim Porter. No, on her death. They just said she died of pneumonia. But they said, what's her name? Jacqueline. I forgot her name. One who know everything. She know all the industry business. You know.
Yeah.
I'm like, how you in all these different places at 50 different times? That don't make no damn sense. She know everything. You got it. I don't know how she knows what she knows and how much she knows, but basically she said the first report with Kim was that they called it foul play because she had some chemicals, some type of stuff that was in her bloodstream, like poison. Mm-hmm. And then come to find out, turn around, we get a secondary report that says she died of pneumonia. However, she was out with her friend. I forgot which one. I don't know if it was Kimura, one of them, the day before. She was perfectly healthy. And then the next day, she gone.
Gone.
Just gone. But she was writing
This shit is really fucking with me because, first of all, I loved Tupac, man. We the same age group, so you know how we coveted Tupac.
Yes,
he was
sir.
all our heart. It was somebody that we had in common, no matter who we was. You black, Mexican, you white. Everybody loved Tupac.
Let me tell you something. Tupac did not have a problem. He did not mince his words whatsoever.
Never.
He never minced his words.
He was the realest.
Exactly what he felt and thought.
Realest Gemini of them all. Of all the Geminis, he was the real. I'm a Gemini. Like I said, we met at my birthday party because he was coming from the very first hip hop convention that they had in Palm Springs. I was in Riverside, California at a club. We had a get together for my party, like some of the cats I used to do this and that with. My uncle, he was a player from Vegas. He had came out and we drove there. First we was rumping Redman. You know what I'm saying? Then I said, hold on, let's put this in. Cause it was my birthday, I get to play what I want. We in the Cutlass Supreme on Dayton's. He just getting here from Vegas.
You did not say dates.
Yes, I did because. Hold on now. Come on now. When I was in high school, you know what I'm saying, I was the dude because I had all gold with gold flakes, silver flakes, black flakes in the paint with the gold leather. 1979 Cutlass Supreme. Oh, come on now. Cutlass Supreme with red Dayton's with the reds on the side and the red lining on the inside. I was killing the fucking game, but they lit that motherfucker up, boy. Them Crips ripped that fucking thing apart. They tore that shit up. God. But what I was saying though is we love Tupac, and we already knew that Puff had a hit out on him, and we wasn't aware that Quincy Jones had a hit out on him, and people still ain't aware of that, and it really fucked me up. It fucked all of us up, as you know, and I for a long time wanted Puff dead. You know what I'm saying? And I couldn't believe how he just was going up in the world, and then
but you know what they're saying? They said he also, if rumors started to come out, he's responsible for Biggie's death as well.
Mm-hmm. And I love Biggie too. I love Biggie too. Come on now, we all love Biggie too. Them was our East Coast before they was beefing. They don't know those were we equaled them. We loved them equal. They was like, you know what I'm saying? If you don't know, now you know. You know what I'm saying? It was like he was speaking to us. They both was and speaking from our heart. And it was cold-blooded what happened. But it let us know what the game was about. But what really fucked me up is how this little bony-ass nigga, Puff Daddy, start just going up in the world. And
I don't know. You notice like how he just like, once Tupac was gone, and then Biggie, he just like blew up.
He did not give a fuck.
He's not a rapper.
Nope.
He's not a musician.
He's just a money man and a businessman. He
get people. He's very good. He's very talented in his marketing and how he markets.
Not only that, he got control over.
He's not even a Quincy Jones.
Nah. He kind of like reflective of Quincy Jones in a way, because what they do
that's
is
what they were sitting there saying. That's what the rumors allegedly that's coming out right now, that basically, you know, the situation like with Will Smith and stuff.
Talk to us about that.
What's that movie? What's the name of that movie that Will Smith played in?
Which one? What it?
6 Degrees Separation, something like that.
Oh yeah, that shit was fucking crazy. That shit fucked me up. I was like, what the fuck type of shit is that?
He was one of them, what do you call that? Method acting. Method acting. Is that what it's called?
Fuck what he was talking about. That nigga was giving up some booty. He was giving up some booty. I don't.
Wait, no, but you know what method actors, you know, right? So basically, he said he had to do method acting. So basically, what he was saying, like he had to do, like he had to stay 9 days in character.
Thanks Adlib. Thanks Adlibs on Instagram, Adlibs, and thanks Jez Dree Graphics. Thanks Delphi Priestess. Thanks CASHAPP.
I can't see nothing they say.
Yeah, they hear you. Holler at them.
Hello.
Timelines and
Hello.
the algorithms, mashing the place up. We just talking about some bizarre shit we going through together. All of us are going through this, and it's all illusion, of course. It's not real, as Delphi priestess would say. It ain't even real, but we still need to engage because it's part of our joint learning process. It's something that we can all say we have together. We're learning together. So
but you know what, David, I want to let everybody know, it's like, you know why this is so serious, because it's our children. Let me tell you something. Even Kendrick Lamar dropped that song 2 days before Diddy gets locked up. He said the party must die, right?
Wow.
That's the party that needs to die. He says our children will live tomorrow because today the party has died. The next day, they locked up Diddy. That's the party dying. The party needs to die.
He knew, because Dre knows everything. There's nothing him, Dre, and them don't know what's going on and when it's going to happen.
So when we talk about the party, it's the lines, it's the bloggers, it's academics talking crazy. You got you actually had the nerve to try and have Dre on fight Kendrick. That was a very bad idea, by the way. You see what I'm saying? But Kendrick is so spiritually attuned. You understand what I'm saying?
Not
when
only
you
that,
hear his music and what he says, he's so like he even said in the song. He says, "Look, I don't keep putting out albums because I don't have to." And he says, the bigger I get, the more challenged my spirit gets. The more my spirit gets challenged. So he chooses mental health. He chooses his spirit. He chooses God. He knows what's going on in this industry. So he said, y'all can talk mess about me all you want to.
Yeah.
Oh, I had to put out an album in 4 or 5 years just because I don't have to.
He don't. That ain't his job. His job is to sustain the righteousness and the truth for us, the mass, the real people. That's what he's sticking true to what he started it for, to be the voice of who we are and where we are right now. Not in the past, not tomorrow, but right now.
Well, let me tell you something. I love Kendrick because Kendrick is giving me chills right now. The fact of that
he's reflective of Tupac.
Man, that's another Gemini.
Exactly. Yep, he is a Gemini. I'm a Gemini, and amongst all the people that know me, my family, my hoods, all the hoods that I'm from, because if you really real, you know you really from more than one hood. You can claim one hood, but all of us lived in many hoods. And I always said that. I ain't never fell for that one hood shit. But they know I'm the Gemini out of all the Geminis out of everywhere, because you just gonna have to kill me. It's nothing to put in words. I'm not too.
This painting, Andre Lamonte, he's a Gemini.
Is it so?
I love that all these Geminis backing up in 2024. You know, it's like the awakening right now. But that's why I gotta give it up to Kendrick, like for real, because you gotta really listen to him. He's dropping pearls.
He is really doing his best to keep his soul. Because I always teach in my metaphysical teaching, the world is in contention, and when it comes to you, we're the micro, the whole world is the macro. We got to focus on our soul consciousness being stronger than our ego consciousness. Our soul consciousness has to be our decision maker, our response, our reaction, not the ego consciousness. Now, the ego is never supposed to be driven all the way away. But you don't want to be like P. Diddy, where you just this fucking ego that's a slave to these certain tendencies that bring harm on yourself and others. Now they because of New Orleans is where they having the bowl, the Super Bowl. They want Lil Wayne. See, they trying to stick with hood shit, being a 2-dimensional, 3-dimensional world, but then they want to whine and complain that the white man is oppressive in the 2-dimensional, 3-dimensional world. But where we have the power, they don't want Kendrick Lamar, who's representing of the spiritual, higher dimensions.
You hear him say he mentally crazy?
Yeah, and so they want to see, according to the 2 and 3 dimensional rules. They want to stick to that tradition and be like, no, this dude that can't hardly stand up and promoted drug addiction, damn near committed fucking suicide all his adult life off of drugs and can't even perform no more. Somehow they saying he the one that should perform because they sticking with tradition, but the spiritual is overwhelming every fucking thing. And they don't want to admit it. So they telling on themselves. They don't have no spiritual consciousness. So they trying to force prison rules where it's fucked up, street rules where it's fucked up on innocent good people. Now the children gotta miss out on growing and learning and feeling good about a positive brother so they can look at a fucked up ass drug addict that been turned out like Justin Bieber just to be on when you got this brother that's young, strong, innocent, overcoming all the evil, but y'all gonna cry. But y'all the ones that think you love Tupac. Meanwhile, Kendrick's like Tupac. And who the fuck is like Wayne like? Luke Skywalker? Bum ass nigga. No, Lil Wayne is out of the South. Come on now, Lil Wayne is the hardest MC besides Andre that came from the South. Period. He the hardest MC. Period.
He's a hard MC, but also.
But he fell off, and he ain't healthy enough to really put on the show, and then he promoted self-destruction.
He's not doing nothing for anybody.
Promoted self-destruction his whole life. The only positive song I ever heard him, really conscious song I ever heard him sing, was with Nas and Damian Marley. On Damian Marley's album. Other than that, I never heard him say anything that was really like empathetic and like helpful.
Right.
So I'm not gonna sit up and cry for him if he don't get the job.
I've never heard him really say anything that's empathetic or helpful, and that's not to take away from him whatsoever.
Nah, he a dope ass MC.
But I'm gonna go back to Kendrick Lamar. We right now, 2024, like I said, Cat Williams started it off. He done rolled carpet out like this is the year of the truth.
Crazy.
Now, when you get on the spiritual realm of that, because we do know that we're spirits having a human experience, and we always got to remember that you are just having a human experience. That's it. But you are a spirit first. A spirit first. Now, we look at social media. Social media has gained so much traction. Our children are stuck with it. We got phones, nothing but phones. That's what we do. We're stuck on social media. And then we look at these celebrities as icons. There are our children's example, right? So now we're about to see this whole deal is about to get dismantled.
Dismantled? Hold on. What you say? Say that again. Say that again.
This whole industry is getting dismantled. It's getting dismantled.
I feel like this is where it gets even deeper. This is where the Sister Delphi priestess come into play.
People ain't woke.
No, they they fire. You burning them out. Fire. They fake is they softer than silicones.
You know they're part of the agenda.
Hey, let me tell you something about so-called woke. You can't be a conscious person if you're not in a state of warfare. How the fuck you gonna be this soft little sensitive person sitting in the road? I keep saying it, doing yoga, sitting there, that's all you do. You see people on the side of the road starving, you drive right by them. You don't help them. How you know what I'm saying? They having all these events, everybody coming together, wearing their garbs, painting their whatever, this and don't help the fuck nobody.
Don't help nobody.
Don't help nobody. Ain't in a state of warfare. You got to be in the consciousness. If you really about the consciousness, you know this is a fucking war. So you in a warrior and warriorist consciousness. You in that consciousness.
Okay, first of all, we got to understand this. There's a war in the spirit right now. There's a war going on in the spirit realm. You understand what I'm saying? So whatever's happening in the spirit realm is happening here on earth. You see what I'm saying? So there is a war. So I don't want to get too deep into it because, some people have their own beliefs and stuff. I'm somebody who's like non-dominational. I believe in Allah. I believe in Yahweh. You call him, Allah, whatever you call him. That's who he is. He's the most powerful. You know what I'm saying? He even explained that in this day and age, we are in war. We're in war spiritually. There's a war going on.
Deep.
a serious war.
We are living in a contended planet. Y'all got to look at this like Star Wars. This specific planet is damn near on the verge of being annihilated.
You feel me?
Being fucking annihilated. And they got us worrying about, you know what I'm saying, what brand shoes we wearing. And that's a 50-year-old man that had his whole fucking life has been hell. And this motherfucker worrying about what color, what brand shoes he's wearing. This sister's worrying about what kind of this and this. Meanwhile, this motherfucking whole goddamn thing about to be incinerated. You think fucking Vladimir Putin is fucking playing? You see they locking up the man that was invincible, P. Diddy. The other man that was invincible, what was the one you just mentioned? The one that was the Hollywood P. Diddy, the Jewish man. What's his name? Epstein. They going after them. You won't be surprised.
You see how Epstein committed suicide?
No, not Epstein. That's the other one that. Yeah, which one committed suicide? Is it Epstein? It might be Epstein.
Look at my face.
I know. He chilling. He bet like Special Ed said. But remember he owned islands in the Bahamas or wherever. He even got a little island of his very own. He got a dog, a bone with a solid gold bone.
But that's why Suge Knight said, Diddy, your life's in danger.
In danger.
Jail,
I heard
you
him.
are in danger.
I listened to that episode of Suge Knight calling from prison, and that's just what the fuck he said, and that's some real ass fucking shit. And he said that 2 months ago. He said that.
Man,
he said that 2-3 months ago.
Yeah, he said it.
Hey, but Delphi Priestess said many celebrities are occultists. She also said Cardi B and many more.
Yeah, dude,
this shit is bizarre.
How many people had to sell their souls to the devil? Now, when people say sell their souls to the devil, we kind of like, no, it's real.
It is real. She also said the police and governments are occultists. That's why I keep telling everybody the police are doing ritual killings, giving off that and instigating all that negative energy for them principalities of evil. Principalities can suck that energy up. Then vampires, principalities, sucking that negative energy up.
I just don't.
That's why we got to do our work, whoever we be. But like you said a little while ago, the industry is falling. But what I wanted to say is all of this Western civilization is crumbling under fucking pressure. The entire, I'm sorry to say it this way, but I ain't sorry. The entire fucking white man world is fucking crumbling. The white man world is crumbling.
I'm gonna say something. I'm hoping on a anybody. I'm gonna say this whole white man. It's like, let's get into the YSL. So this is the thing with the YSL.
Yeah, let's get into YSL.
So the thing with the YSL, we're looking at the Fulton County. I have never seen such corruption in my life, like in our face. Okay, and the crazy thing is, you see that the prosecution has no evidence whatsoever. But they still get to continue. Do you know why, David? Let me tell you why. And I hope some of y'all agree with me. When it's black on black crime, they let it go. You feel me? So you got Miss Love, Miss Hilton, you got a whole black prosecution coming up against Young Thug and these poor boys over there with no evidence. They don't even have their witnesses set up. They don't have their case put together. You got Miss Lion Love, who has just been lying. Every witness that she has put on the stand has made a fool out of her ass.
She's hold on. Okay, she's the prosecutor.
Yeah, the prosecutor.
Say her name again.
So my question was, it's like, why isn't the government stopping this? This is a violation of their civil rights. You feel me? Like, come on, we're all looking at this. Do they not know we all? Do you know they're gonna let it keep going?
Of course, because it's a distraction.
Because I feel like they're making a mockery of us.
They are. Absolutely. They're going to drive these young black men that were born into an environment they had no control over. They're just living life, adapting to according to how life is given them. There was no other options or choices for them. So they're living their lives out now. In certain situations they probably could have did better, but who couldn't have? And so then now they got them in the court dragging them. They're mad because they learned how to get money and produce and invest into themselves and even pay money to defend themselves.
They're mad at Young Thug.
They can defend themselves.
They want to hang this man. But what I noticed is like, you know what? And this is something I had said before. I said, let me explain something to you. If this was a whole all-white prosecution doing this, if it wasn't a black prosecutor and it was white, we would be marching on the damn steps. You know darn well we would have you had Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson willing in on his wheelchair and everything would have been pulling up. Talking about this is racism, this is an injustice, this is, you know, you see the prosecution trying to hang these boys and they have no evidence. It's like, why y'all not doing that now though? It don't make no sense. We sit here every day like it's a soap opera. Like it's a soap opera. I watch this like this is better than a movie. Now I've been stuck watching this for the last couple of months. But once Diddy got arrested, it's like,
damn.
Switch the channel real quick.
God, man,
you know
that's crazy.
Like, we are like on the seat right now. Us blacks, we control the culture. Even for the people, you know, the whites and stuff, they own our culture too. Everybody knows our culture. We are the best culture
I was just
ever.
at my homies, they from Vietnam and all that. That's all they can think about is YSL Court and Diddy. That's all. Everybody's into it. That my Hispanic homies, whether they from Guatemala or Mexico, don't nobody give a fuck. That shit is fire to everybody. Everybody loves drama.
No, that's what we live for. We live for drama. We live for drama.
That's exactly what's cracking.
It's crazy.
It is what it is.
But this YSL trial right here it's a disgrace. If they don't shut my love down every day, they will not tell you this won't be lying. I be sitting here like, y'all
and this is
really
the prosecutor.
Do this.
And this is the prosecutor.
This is the prosecutor.
So what the fuck?
Why is the government it's Fannie Willis. You know Fannie Willis is the head of the DA over there.
That's fucking crazy. How ain't she the same one that was on the? She's the same one that was on Donald Trump's case, right?
Who indicted him for a RICO charge?
So, well, the thing is, why in the fuck would they have around try to put her in the same case? That's how they fucked up with Donald Trump.
Well, the thing is, they have a whole bunch of cases that are backed up in Fulton County right now. They can't get to these cases because she's thrown all the millions and millions and millions of dollars into this YSL case that is bogus. So there's rape victims who's looking for justice, and she hasn't even. It's like a backlog. All these rape kits are not even being looked at or anything like that. She's already been called by the Senate and decided not to show up. I mean, and she's already being investigated for misusing funds. She's being investigated for messing with one of the what's his name, Nut, the one who ended up being unalive.
She was fucking him?
She was messing with him. Dude.
I thought she was fucking her, the dude she hired, the attorney. So, okay, no problem. It's all good.
So it's just scandal all over the damn place. But you know, I noticed how they let our stuff just bleed all over the damn TV. Like y'all just let us just scandal our shit.
But hold on. When it comes to that one, this is an issue I have. We complain about how they exploit our misgivings and our bad attributes as individuals and sometimes as groups or sometimes as companies.
Yeah.
But at the same fucking time, we love to hear it and we love to feed into it, and then we asking for pity. But the fact of the matter is, we saw this shit coming when we were doing what we were doing. It's just like right now, right? I have a queen. She does for me. She loves me and this and this. I like having friends that are females. Somebody started kind of trying to cross the line, and it was just because of past experience. I fucked up so much, not with the woman I'm with, but just in the past, I knew what I had to do. And so that's just a situation where you just like, no, okay, I'm a fuck up. I have fucked up. That was the lesson. And you really don't want, because your ego or your flesh. But we got a tendency where we gonna sign the paper because we know we're gonna get the grant or we're gonna get the loan, but we lying. And then when they go and do the audit, nigga, your ass lied. So everybody, because we got fans, the fans is taking up for us, but we ain't gonna tell the fans, oh, hold on, y'all need to learn something. Right. Don't sign that shit. You can get the money another way. All that time, I found out a couple of days later, I could have had more. I ended up getting more money. I didn't even have to do that lie. And this is where we're going wrong as celebrities, as corporation leaders. But I'll say this, Tavis Smiley was fucked over. I'm a media guy. I was doing this before social media. I had TV shows at LA TV in a different local area. I used to just find local area television shows and pay them to air my shit. Right. And this is since the 90s I was doing this shit. So I admire somebody like Tavis Smiley. He was fucked over. Don't tell me I can't have a motherfucking television broadcast network and can't get no pussy. You out of your damn mind. I'm sorry. I don't care what nobody think. You can't tell a woman she can't get no dick if she got a television broadcast network. Don't tell Oprah what kind of sex she can have and can't. What the fuck is going on with you? I mean, it don't make no goddamn sense. They don't hold white people to that motherfucking thing. So why are you coming after black women and men? It's obnoxious. And then why do black men and women have to be perfect if they're leaders? Leaders have never historically been expected to be perfect. So now Martin Luther King, all of his virtues and this, because he liked having sex with women. Now Martin.
I mean, everybody got skeletons in their closet. How about that?
So Oprah Winfrey's bad. Harriet Tubman couldn't get laid while saving all them black people's lives. Are we all right in our heads?
Like he's supposed to be celibate. It's like, come on now.
Now this goes back to the RICO case that you talking about down south. This shit is bizarre. How are we gonna expect them young black men that's grown up in this corrupt, crazy ass world?
And I said that. Did you see the video that I had sat there and I said that? I said, look, they're in their environment. You understand what I'm saying? They have been through. You gotta understand, when you got people who are in the hood and stuff like that, they don't get the same things that other people get in different neighborhoods, like the suburbs and stuff. They are on survival mode. Do you understand what I'm saying? So they got, even back in the 80s and 90s when we had the drug scene with crack cocaine and stuff, you had people who was living in the hood and stuff didn't get jobs. Nobody would offer them jobs. They couldn't go work.
Tell them. A lot of younger people are kind of like, to me, they're kind of like better than us in a lot of ways. But
they definitely are better than us.
But they don't understand how fucked up the 80s and 90s was for young people. There was no fucking hope. I mean, I'm walking to elementary school, they lighting us the fuck up.
So it's like this. So you put
bow.
You know what I'm saying?
It was off the hook.
The ghettos, even if you go, even different countries, when you talk about the ghettos and stuff, they're limited to their resources.
But then people got love for themselves.
So what do you expect them to do? Just sit there like, oh well, I ain't got no food. I'm just gonna sit here and just be poor and just starve because no, they about to rob some shit. How about that? They about to go sell some drugs. Nigga, if my ass is in that damn situation, if I'm ever put and you got my back against the wall, it's either fight or flight. What we gonna do? Am I gonna run to CVS and go steal some diapers? Yes. If I have no money whatsoever and I'm poor, back in the corner, I ain't got nothing, am I gonna get me some hamburger meat to feed my kids? Yeah.
Exactly.
Yes. Look, even an animal, a dog, a cat, any animal, if they're starving, what they gonna do? Be polite and just sit?
Hey,
no.
That's it.
It's in their nature to go hunt,
that's
to go
it.
get it.
That's it. You see how cats do. You see how sharks do.
You see what I'm saying?
Feline cats is the number one to watch.
We're in the hood, and you don't want to give us nothing? You don't want to hand us no job? You don't want to get our kids in community centers and distract them from being from the streets. You don't want to give them nothing.
This shit is crazy.
Mad when they start robbing.
But it's crazy because now it's more compassion toward our grievances. But what they need to understand is the 80s and 90s was ruthless for black people because they were mad that the 60s happened. They were mad that the 60s happened. And they did everything they fucking could to crush black Americans.
They did it. And then we have the mass incarceration situation. Snatching the black men from the families. Now, how can you bring down the family, David?
It's in my book. Outline
you
to
take
empower.
The black man out,
hey,
you take the black man out the house.
Let me put this right on the camera.
Not only did they take the black man out the house,
my dad was a victim.
But then they start offering EBT, food stamps.
Food stamps.
And,
it was called food stamps.
And what's that? GR. What's that? Money and stuff from the county. So that's what to keep them from working, to keep them under their control.
Hey, my dad was he was straight dude. He had his shit together. He was a gangster. He was a pimp, but he was finally getting his shit together. And then that motherfucking shit hit. And all of our dads where I'm from got on that shit. It fucked everybody head up. That motherfucking crack shit.
It ripped.
It wasn't like the drugs nowadays. It wasn't no way to get off that shit. Back then, they put this shit called ether and mixed it with cocaine. The crack cocaine in the 90s wasn't even as strong as the cocaine of the 80s. The 80s had ether.
The 80s was something else.
That shit had ether in it. It was turning black people blacker. That's how you could know who was on the shit.
But that's what I'm saying. You know that was an agenda.
They put melanin in the fucking crack cocaine. And that's what people don't remember. And they called it yayo because the shit they had put melanin in the yayo. The crack and the yayo was different. The yayo was the one that had the actual melanin in it. And when they smoke that shit, it make you 2 complexions darker. It make you get 2. You remember that shit? You remember that shit? I don't know if you remember all that shit, but see, my auntie used to move shit for somebody on the freeway that we know as the freeway. That's all the best I can say on this. And so, we had the cutters, the box cutters, cut open the football, and then out there playing and throw it in the ice cream truck in the Gerson Park in Vegas, in city of San Bernardino, doing the same thing. I'm one of the boys that had to do that on 20th in the neighborhoods in LA on 20th. Yeah. We all these hoods. You see what I'm saying? In the manors in Pasadena. I was in all these hoods.
I'm a Dina girl. You know I'm from Pasadena.
I know.
Dina.
I remember you told me. I was waiting for last. I saved the best for last.
What's up?
Come on now. I was in the projects and the manors. as a child. Because that's where
I didn't know that.
My uncle and the Nickerson Gardens. My uncle was big OG Dooney from the Nickerson Gardens. He did a lot of time, and he was holding it down in Tracy. They helped start the Pyrus. That was my uncle, Big Dooney.
You saw Big Hit? You see Big Hit and his son?
Yeah.
You know, they're from Dina. Mm-hmm. You know, Big Hit, his dad, did over 20-some years in prison and stuff, but you know, he was like 3 doors down from my house. Okay. We grew up on the same street on Montana Moringa. Okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So, you know, I'm a whole look. Dina.
Mm-hmm. You already know.
Dina's like Mayberry.
Hey, we gonna do another one on that. We're going to do another one, but let's get back on this. Now, with this cases, I want to say about these cases, there's a lot of cases going on.
There's a lot.
That particular case.
Young. Who's the other one that just went on trial today?
Yeah, they had another speaker. Hold on. I want to play. In fact, I brought something for y'all. Hold on. Okay, I'm going to play something. It's a video. All right, y'all?
We have breaking news in the YSL trial. Fulton County Chief Superior Court Judge Ural Glanville has been removed from this case. Attorneys for Young Thug, whose real name is Jeffrey Williams, and Amani Kendrick have asked for Glanville to be removed from the case because of an ex parte meeting between Judge Glanville, prosecutors, and state witnesses without the defense being present.
I don't see the video.
Fulton County Superior Court Judge Rachel Krause ruled that Judge Glanville could continue presiding fairly over the case, but he needed to be removed to preserve the public's confidence in the judicial system. There's no word yet on who will take over the case or when that trial will resume.
But you can hear it, right? You can hear it, right? You can hear that, right?
I can't hear nothing.
You couldn't even hear it? Oh, okay, don't worry.
Has been released. A Fulton County courtroom
I can still hear you though.
shuffle in the YSL RICO trial because of security concerns at the jail. Rapper Young Thug, whose real name is Jeffrey Williams, was seen seated at the front of the courtroom with his attorney. However, his co-defendants, including Yak Gotti, Martavius Huey, and Shannon Stillwell, were moved to different seats. The Fulton County Sheriff's Office is investigating the security issues, has not revealed specifics about it. The reason for these changes remains unclear as the trial continues. We have been following this trial since the very beginning. Right now on 11alive.com, we've got an interactive timeline with the key dates in the case. Go to 11alive.com and type YSL timeline in your search bar.
All right, y'all. Now that she's gone for a minute, I just want to say I'm gratitude, appreciation of all y'all down here on the DAVIDEMETRI Live in Color. YouTube, thank you. I appreciate y'all. And on the OWU YouTube, I appreciate y'all. And right here on Instagram, gratitude to all y'all Delphi priestess. Remember, y'all can call in. I do have everything set up for y'all to call in at any time. You can call in, you be heard loud and clear, and you got the right to say whatever the hell whatever the heavens or hells you want to say. Because we deal with we deal with the metaphysics and quantum physics here and common sense reality. So we deal with divine love and divine hate consciousness. So we don't have no problems with vibrations, how they are manifested, and messages as they are manifested. We just respond and react according to what is best as we feel in the moment.
Absolutely.
So you can say what you want. I love how Delphi Priestess said many celebs are cultists. And then she said Cardi B and many more. Absolutely. And Cardi B tried to front like she ain't. Police and government are cultists. Y'all got to understand what this cop thing is. Cops are a huge, in Southern California, in the Inland Empire, you really see it. Because they always have these funerary things going on. They always have all these cops rolling. They're a big-ass cult. And I don't care if they're the dark.
I call them a gang. I call them a gang.
And black men that become cops, it ain't our job to sit up and criticize them or nothing. I've done productions for them. I've done for life coaching for first responders for some black officers. That's actually a black created thing. And I'm the one that surnamed it and produced it. Now, I'm not the one that wanted to do it. I'm not a cop, but they did it. One of the guys, I will say right here, was fucking nutcase. And I have relatives, I have a sister as a police officer who will fuck your ass up for nothing.
Right.
She ain't straight. She's my sister, but she's not straight. I don't mess with her like that. But if somebody fuck with me, they're going to have a fucking problem. And they usually do. Because if I have to reach back into that bag, I will. But it's like, at the same time, if she has certain problems, she got me. And so, but the thing is, she ain't straight spiritually. You know what I'm saying? She don't got problems doing things that ain't right in certain ways. The same thing
that goes
is
back to Fulton County when we look at these prosecutors and you're looking at the police officers and how they conducted this investigation and how they kidnapping witnesses and holding them. You know what I'm saying? Thing that they did to Woody. I don't know if anybody find the YSL case. This has got to be the most unbelievable trial I have ever seen in my life. And I have been blown away with how the prosecution has been conducting their trial. It has been unbelievable. You know what I'm saying? I look at them like, oh, they're a gang. They're a gang. They are a gang. And the lies, it's being unfolded for not only just the nation, but the entire world to see.
I think that whole trial is exposing. I think that trial is exposing how fucking corrupt these motherfuckers courts
But
are.
let me say something how God works. God works in mysterious ways. Let me
And
explain
using
something.
that damn court case to expose how
And he
corrupt
did
it.
that. Not only is he doing that, but it seemed like he got. You notice how when you have September, that's when all the new shows and new series come out. All your shows, your Power, you got Ghost going, you got all these different shows showing at the same time. It's like that. We're in the year 2024, and some reason the Lord God is sitting there, the Most High, whoever you call him, is exposing
Or call her.
everything.
Or call her. The Lord God is.
He is exposing everything because
she is.
it's coming to an end. It's like at some point we've been riding like that. Do you understand how corrupt our children and I get worried about?
Watch this. Hold on.
What we're doing is I'm telling fish that they live in water. There's a young fish and an old fish, and the old fish says, "Hey boy, how's the water today?" And the young fish says, "What's water?" Water. Why? A fish spends its whole life immersed in water.
We don't even know we in water. We don't know we in a matrix. We don't know we in an energy consciousness field. You got brothers that think they know everything in the world arguing over, is it a flat earth or is it a round earth? It ain't either. It's an energy consciousness field. I keep telling them, they trying to bite my rhymes. I ain't coming out with my rhymes yet until that book is finished. Because they bite rhymes, these sucker MCs bite rhymes and try to run around. They suck MCs, I'm telling you. That's why they catch.
You know these young kids don't even know what that means. That explain what the sucker
That's
MC
crazy,
is.
yeah.
Who's the sucker MC? You know, every time my kids be doing something crazy, I say, you ain't nothing but a sucker MC.
Sucker MC, they don't even know what it is. They don't even know what it is.
A sucker
A
MC.
sucker MC.
You a sucker MC.
Sucker. Hey, but you dropping it. They don't know the importance of these court cases. You see, what's going forward, what you're doing is because you're not up in the courts. You're at home tending to the children. You at the job tending to your duties. When you got the time to, look, y'all, I got a master's in public administration. I didn't just study political science and get a political science degree in South Africa and in the United States. I wasn't just in an intelligence program and worked public diplomacy on 3 continents. I also studied international humanitarian law in Geneva and Davos, doing debates in mock United Nations, and got certified for international and domestic conflict mediation, and conflict management and mediation. What that forced me to do is learn how all this fucking shit works. So if y'all think it's not a big deal to be following a court case, you just don't understand that you might be in a court case one day. And it could be something that you learn from that will bring you the victory. So with this case, I think what is giving an opportunity, it being heavily televised and all this particular case is more televised than the R. Kelly case, than the Puff Daddy case. They underestimate it, and they don't really look at them. They look down on these brothers, Young Thug and all them, so much that they're willing to televise it, unlike the others. So what it's allowing you to do,
like that, baby. The prosecution do not like that. You know, like them. They do not like them cameras up in there.
Nah, and so it's allowing you to realize, hold on, Bill Cosby shouldn't have been convicted. Hold on. Hold the fuck on. There was no way OJ killed them people. It's like on and on, Don Perry on, nothing really matters. So the shit is fucking crazy that we dealing with. You see what I'm saying? I got some other videos I wanted to share with y'all real quick. But anyway, right now I think we just gonna stick with what we're doing. We're gonna stick with what we're doing.
I mean, we're gonna keep on talking.
Hold on, can I share something? Let me share something with them real quick.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if you can hear it, but I think this is important.
You say rich baby daddy, it's like Drake has a rich baby daddy named Lucian and Universal.
Wow.
He's like, like, man, my daddy got it. You know what I'm saying? It's like, my daddy controls the spins. My daddy got the DSPs. My daddy. Drake has a rich baby daddy named Lucian.
So all of his streams in the number one is controlled by someone named Lucian.
Well, Lucian worked for.
I have somebody over here on TikTok
in Africa.
They're like, whose page is that? Okay.
Or the
Look,
weekend.
quick
I
commercial.
might even heard his name in
This
the video.
right here is
Sir Lucian.
a very good friend of mine. His name is Andre Lamonte. He's an artist in Los Angeles. He's actually from Philly. He's having an art show coming up pretty soon. David, I expect you to be there. I will definitely let you know. Come down to LA, down here. Check him out. He's also he's from Philly. Andre Lamonte. This is his book, Incarcerated Emotions. It's on Amazon. This is basically just poetry that he did while he was incarcerated. So we're going to talk a lot about this on another episode and talk about him. And hopefully he's willing to come on and talk with us. He's got a lot going on. He's actually working at, he's also a barber. He's working at Black China's salon over here in Encino. So he's got a lot of stuff going on. So when we get a chance, when we have another episode and stuff, we'd love to bring him on because we want to bring the culture to people. We want to,
Awesome.
you know what I'm saying, bring the culture to the people. We want our kids, just like Mark said, look, the culture must die. We need to start feeding our children. Not the social media. Your life is not ran by social media. Your life is your own. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes we get so lost into it, we're losing our kids. So, you feel me?
Yeah, I totally feel you. I'm going through some things on that level right now. With this case, I want to say that let's look at it international, how it fits. I really wanted Sister Delphi Priestess to call in. I was hoping but I know she got things to do. She's a very needed person where she's at. But Sister is canny ability to connect these micro level things that we're going through as human beings to the cosmic forces and to the grandmother goddess forces. That's why I really want to, because like I said, this world is in contention, y'all. Y'all need to understand, we live in a world there's no purpose or meaning of a Messiah or a Christ or a Haru unless there's something wrong. Well, I mean, if there's nothing wrong, how do you have a need for help?
Exactly.
And so we're in a world that's in contention, y'all. We in a world that's in contention, and our lives have more value than what we're being told every day. Yet our ego is trying to overrun those messages that are telling us that we aren't worth anything. So sometime, and in many ways, the best of us have things we're doing with our time, energy, and attitudes that aren't the best ones to have, and best ways and habits to have. Yet our soul consciousness is what we need to be in tune with. So
very much, and that's so important. I just say that one more time.
We need to vibrate.
No, that's serious.
We need to vibrate our soul consciousness over our ego consciousness.
Yes.
You see? Okay, we got a call in right now. We actually have a call.
All right, let's go.
All right. Yeah.
Our soul consciousness is what we need to be in tune with. So,
hello?
Hey, peace, blesses. How you doing?
Blessed. Yeah, I mean, I was listening to a lot of things that you guys are saying, and it's really deep. I just like to observe, because a lot of it I don't follow all the names you're talking about.
Right.
But as far as Hollywood, a lot of them are cultists. That's why when you guys talked about the sex, a lot of it has to do with sacrifices, rituals.
Yes. It
gets really deep and really eerie. that's half the reason why I'm like, oh, are they sure they're ready for it?
Shit, deep and eerie. Yeah, I saw a lot myself out there over the years when I was out there like that, and it's crazy how I've seen people be killed through violence right there upon me, and since I was young, but it was really just as scary to see all the crazy sexual stuff going on in the places I've been. It was like, because it was a vibrational spiritual energy that was akin to that violence.
Like a succubus or incubus, basically.
Not to interrupt you, but this is where I say, a lot of times we be so caught up in our.
Are you still on with the? Sorry, what was her name?
Mika, Sister Mika.
Yeah, is she still there? I think I'm just
she can't hear me.
Oh, you can't hear her? Yeah, she was about to respond to what you said right now. She
can't hear me.
You can't hear her? She started to respond to what you were saying.
Okay.
I don't think she can hear you. Let's let her respond.
What was her name?
Mika, Sister Mika.
Sister Mika.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's like a after. It's yeah. Okay, I see. That's one of the stuff, and another thing I really wanted to point out was police. Police is really running this down on this level, because every town I go to, I'm in the East Coast now,
okay,
and already there's an issue with police, because some of us walk with angels, and some of us are.
I wish she could hear me, David. Why can't she hear me?
Well, not some, a lot of us are powerful.
She was watching on the phone, and then she's calling on the phone, so she can't do both at the same time.
Oh, okay.
Oh, did she say something?
Yeah, she's asking why you couldn't hear her, because she really wanted you to hear her response to what you said.
Oh, I'm so sorry. What did she say?
Hold on. She was.
She can hear me, David.
Well, why don't
She was watching.
Why don't
you hear that's like there's
I'm gonna tell her something real quick, Mika. Hold on, Mika. Hold on, Mika. So,
because she really wanted you to hear her response to what she said.
Why don't you let Mika say a few things, and I'm gonna tell you what she says. Is that okay?
Sure. No
okay,
problem.
hold on. Okay, Mika. She's gonna. I'm gonna relay what you say to her, because she was watching on the phone and then she called on the phone. You can't do both those things on the phone at the same time.
Oh, okay.
So go ahead and respond. Say what you got to say, and I'm gonna tell Sister Delphi.
So basically, what she's saying is very much true. So basically, what we're doing, we're in an age right now where everything is very demonic. You have people who have to give up their souls to certain things. You know what I'm saying? The way I look at it, and I don't know if she's gonna understand this, but we are God's children. And there are certain ones that he gives the truth to, and there are the ones he leaves them blind. You know what I'm saying? And what we're experiencing right now, yes, there is a cult. There is the police officers, the government is a cult. It's like, I call them all gangs. They're all gangs. Just like they call us gangs, we have gangs. They're gangs too. But the difference between our gangs is because they've been pushed into a gang. You know what I mean? Pushed into it. But when we start looking at things more in a spiritual realm, when we go into a spiritual realm, we can start seeing things that others can't see. See, God, the Most High, Yahweh, Allah, whoever you call him, he sees all things, and now he's unveiling our eyes to certain things. And then you can start seeing what's happening. It gets scary. We sit back and we get scared a little bit because it's like, oh my God, is this really real? No, it's real.
Mm-hmm.
The police officers, I look at police officers as being bullied in school. And
let me relate it. Let me relate what you said. Let me relate what you
they got
said.
bullied. They got punked. And so they decided to be police officers. But what I got to say to that is pay attention to the spirit realm first. You're a spirit first, only having a human experience. That's it. So you gotta lock into your God. You gotta lock into the Lord. You gotta lock into that and pay attention to what the word says. And then you're able to unveil everything that's going on that's disrupted. And that's what we're seeing. See, not all of us are meant to see this. You understand what I'm saying? A lot of us are meant to stay blind. A lot of people who are around us, you see me trying to tell them some real stuff, and they're just looking at you like ignorant. You're ignorant. No, you're not meant to. I remember when Terrence Howard, you see his little interview and stuff. I was intrigued.
Yeah, very intrigued.
And a lot of people went off on him
because they need him to be a slave.
Acting. No, see, that's where you're messing up because everybody's eyes are open.
Their mental pay rate,
knowledge.
But
here's the thing: you gotta understand something. God did not. He even said there are certain things that people are not meant to know, and I don't want them to know. It's almost like Judah. In order for Jesus to be able to be sacrificed and do what he needed to do and change the world, Judah had to play a part.
Right. Let me relay some of that to Sister. Can you, hey, Sister Delphi? Sister Delphi, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Can you hear her? You can hear her, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I hear my voice. You guys listen to.
Let me relay some of that to Sister. Hey, Sister Delphi.
All right, sorry, I heard it.
Okay, so you can respond, Sister Delphi, or you can say
she's very right. Today, this is my perspective, and it's deep. So, back in the days, in the ancient times, all of humanity understood how to fight from the inner world. What's the inner world? You go in, you meditate, and you start to see what a lot of them, when I started my spiritual journey, I used to listen to the government explain occultism and how they were occultists. They explained how they would throw their consciousness into a space, and that's called out-of-body experience. They would astral project into different spaces. This is what the government teaches. I think there was a man that was talking about, I think it's called EMP or psychic abilities that they teach some of the government members, but at a certain level, you have to be there. And so what humanity needs to know, it's not about, I used to listen to Bobby Hemmett, and he talks about you being the God, being the power, because, the source, or you the source. So if you're tired of the illusion, because every time I'm always being reminded, hydrate, meditate, sun gaze, and fast. Hydrate, meditate, sun gaze, and fast. Out here is the illusion. If you're really tired of the attacks, if you're really tired, you got to go in. And that was the first time. I went in before, and I have fought from within before, but I didn't know the fight was this big.
I know. You didn't expect
it's almost like I need recruiters. We need recruiters. It's not a one person or being job. This is a big thing.
Yeah, it is.
But it's spiritually, it starts with understanding yourself as powerful. Once you've done as much healing as you can. Healing is infinite, but as much healing brings you to a certain level of awareness, and you understand your powers. And once you do that and you start really understanding yourself, then the universe starts sending you, like, here, these are the people that hold you back, hold humanity back. As a nurse, I understand, like, just about all the thousands and thousands of people that get sick, and they don't know that humanity, they can heal themselves. Humanity, you're able to fight wars from within. That's the ancient way, not protesting. Same thing, once again, Bobby Hemmett said, you're not going to go out there protesting. I didn't understand half of what he used to say when I first opened up and listened to all of this chant, all of this ruckus. All everyone is saying, all these leaders of all races now, all people, believe it or not, because it's a human cause. Because the thing is, divide and conquer, and it's hard to say unity. It's whoever is vibrating in the frequency. Because I have soul sisters that are in different countries that don't even look like me, and we resonate and vibrate in the same frequency because we understand humanity is going through its own pain and it looks differently. So the war manifests down here lastly like this, because I'm always told the fuckery, excuse the language, the craziness starts from above. That's where it starts. And down lastly are you a physical body. Lastly is it down here. And this is just a dream. So it's really, really deep. Yeah. It's really, really complicated.
No, it's
can,
not.
Can I
Actually,
respond to her, David?
Yes. It's
Can I
very
respond to her?
simple.
Can she hear
and
me?
It's very basic the way you put it, and it was wonderful the way you put it. No apologies. You don't owe no one an apology. That was wonderful. Gratitude. Yeah, go ahead, respond, please. Thank you.
So everything that she's pretty much saying is true. But like I had stated before, you gotta understand that everything that is happening right now has already happened. When you get spiritual, everything that God has ordered has already been ordered and it's done. We're like the residuals of that. It's like sometimes when you look in the sky and you're looking at the moon or you're looking at a planet, they talk about how many light years. We know what that means, right? How long does it take us to see what we see out there? You see what I'm saying? So what we're seeing is something that probably doesn't even exist anymore, by our natural eye. The reason why I say that is because everything is spiritual first. We're spirits first. Everything has been ordered by God. All things have been ordered and said and destined. Everybody has a purpose. Before you even make it to your mother's womb, God knew you. And he said that. I knew you before you made it to your mother's womb.
Yeah.
Meaning your spirit existed before you got here. And the thing is why I say people need to be so, and it's only certain people, because you gotta, like, I use Judah as just an example. He came here to do one thing, to betray. But that was not about us getting mad at the fact that he betrayed. No, he set the course for something to happen, and that's how we live our life. That's why I say you're a spirit first, and you're just having a human experience. Everything that's transpiring right now is something that's already transpired. Now, if you are blessed enough to see the truth, you're not woke. The hell with woke. These woke people ain't woke. But if you know spiritually, you know what's actually going on, and you can sit back. Like, they can sit back. We see the truth. That's a blessing from God. Because he's allowing us the truth. And then there are the ones that he don't give the truth to. That they're supposed to act out. They're supposed to do these bad things. They're supposed to, like Diddy, everything that we're being exposed to.
That's why escapism is a waste of people's times. It's like, that's why you got to give props to certain people, like people that went around the world taking over shit. You got to look at them as evil if they were killing innocent people, but at the same time, you got to realize they were on a vibrational consciousness, a ruthless, uncivilized.
That's their feed. That's
what
what
people that, even though that was coming to them, they still kept trying to make peace and say, "No, we don't want to kill your punk ass." Don't you see that? But ultimately, when we
don't argue amongst each other, but it's the principalities that are happening in the spirit realm that's happening behind the scenes is causing us to do certain things. Talk crazy.
But the thing is,
involved in all this stuff.
The thing is like, just like right now, everybody are deaf, dumb, and blind and sick. That are not, a lot of non-black people don't got the consciousness, and a lot of black people don't got the consciousness. The reason why a lot of people that are that are non-black don't got the consciousness that the black people were the victim, and we're wondering, don't you see, we're the victim of this motherfucker. The reason why they're so cold-hearted and narcissists, because there's so many black people that don't vibrate right. Right. If all of us vibrated right, then it will be a gang of them joining us. It's those that do join us for the sake of right, but there's a lot of black people that ain't right. And so it's like, okay.
And there's a lot of people so then.
Exactly. So the thing is, but then hold on. I got another thing to bring up. We want to just say, watch this. Hold on, let me say something.
Soul to the devil. That's what you do.
Yeah, but you also selling your soul to the devil if all you do is sit up there and pick on positive brothers and sisters. We got a lot of our own people that are selling out, but they're broke than a motherfucker. So what they did is generationally their mothers and dads gave up and decided to be low-life haters that just hate on other black people for the entirety of their life. And they're scared to death of other races and ass kissing or just try to avoid other races, but then they sit up and make sure that their entire 30, 50, 80 year numbered family, all they do is fuck over other black people. And we're gonna act like that don't exist. Those are fucking sellouts. That's selling out the fucking race. When all you can do is sit up and target. Yeah, that's what. And then you got that. So that's what I was saying earlier, because Delphi Priestess brought up the energy thing of it. Let's see. Delphi Priestess is still there, I think. Priestess.
Yes, I'm here.
All right, break it down, because I know you got to go. I know you have a lot to tend to, but I just hoping you got a minute left to touch on that I just said, how there's so many people that want to join and vibrate with black people and the support, but there's so many evil amongst them of their own, and then there's the evil. And when I say the word evil, it's a fake word. I don't like that word, but there's so many harmful and regressive and destructive and sabotaging as people amongst their own race family.
Because they're trained that way. It's not really evil. It's like when you come from a culture like that, if your family's like that, and that's how you operate. This stuff is being developed since children. You got people who
absolutely, it's passed down.
They groomed to be haters.
Yes, synthesize and socialize.
And that's their job. That's why I use Judah as an example. It was just an example to show, like, some people are actually brought here to do that. Just that.
Damn, that's fucked up.
So, sister, up, but at the same time,
let's ask sister.
It's already been written. It is what it is.
Okay, I want to see what Delphi Priestess on a cosmic energy level, the metaphysics. What's the metaphysics of that?
Right.
Well, I wanna approach it on both ways. I think on the fact that I'm working to understand this to be the Maya, the illusion, the dream time, because we're in a dream time and we always exist everywhere and anywhere, and we've been many races ourselves. And you don't know if you were the racist in past life or whatever, but in terms of this moment, I would say as black people all over the world, when we come to the United States, or those that are American, us black period, have a certain level of inferiority.
Right.
A certain level of inferiority complex. And I only say this because when you go to certain parts of the black community in our own countries, in the United States, we are dogged. We are dogged so much. Yeah. I think her name is. She's a black speaker. She speaks about the mental. She's a psychologist. She's a black psychologist, really well known. She speaks about. Elisa. Her thing was just on the psychology of racism on black people.
Okay.
The psychology on black people, I would say at this point all over the world, is that we're inferior. we're no good.
That program.
Black is dirty. Black
It's that
is
programming.
no good.
It's that
It's
programming.
such a programming. It's embedded in our DNA, as racism is embedded in white DNA, whether
But
they
not
know
only
it or
that,
not.
but girl, it's
Spiritually,
only
on
not
that
only is it
spiritual note,
embedded
is
in
I
the
get
people,
attacked
but
by
it's
their
embedded in us
ancestors,
to each
even
other.
though maybe the ego in this lifetime might not be racist. But I think to an extent that inferiority complex makes it where certain environments in the black neighborhood, you'll see black poverty. In Asian countries, they'll say the Filipino is the black country of the Asians.
Hey, David, tell her
There's
it's
a stigma
classism
with
too.
blacks
It's not
and
just
black
racism, it's
and
classism. It's classism.
Yeah,
I've been
classism.
approached
It's classism.
by a white person who had the nerve to tell me that the black people are we don't have families, you know, or we're degrading in terms of families. Only group of
But you
people
took the black man out of the
that
house.
But
have families are the Hispanic people.
That's the vibration. That's the vibration that, like the sister Mika was saying, that he's brought in this world to be that. He's not able to evolve and be on a higher vibration. That's all. One of the issues I have with us, because, you know, I'm a world's debater and I was raised up an MC, not just a rapper. So it's like words, I understand the gravity of them. Words sound power, like the Rastafarians say with reggae. And he's not able to evolve. It's like these people, it's just like somebody might hate on me, don't even know me, or they might just assume something. Like he's soft, we gonna fuck with him because he light skinned. We gonna fuck with him because he light skinned and skinny. Or we gonna fuck with him because he's skinny. We used to fucking with skinny niggas. First of all, I ain't your nigga, and then I don't know your punk ass. If you ask for it, you gonna be eating hot fucking lead.
But do you
got some
know it
motherfucking
pushes you
medical
into
insurance?
a realm, it pushes you
Because
to
I'm
a
not
place where you
arguing
have
with you.
haters like that?
And I'm
When
not
you
gonna
have
fight with you,
haters like
nigga.
that?
Like, you know what I'm saying? And I will sneak and do it, so I don't have to worry about penitentiary time. So, you know, I've been in this game way too long for you to be fucking with me. And it's like, I don't even be knowing these characters, but they grown ass men that's thinking like 12 years old still. And so,
But David, can I say something real quick?
yeah, go
David?
ahead.
You know, but when you have haters like that, you know haters build character.
Yeah, but they can
When you
get
have- I was sitting there talking to my sister
what they
one day,
need
we
though.
were talking about, like, if I didn't have a bully, I wouldn't be who I am. Sometimes it's like these haters are planted. They're like bots. We call them bots. They're planted there to hate on you because you're going to have a piece of your ego be like, what? Oh, no. It's to push you. Sometimes we gotta look how God works and how He uses certain things.
That's true.
Some things come against you, but to only make it's almost like when you're walking in the hallway. You know, I'm a preacher's kid. You know, my dad's a pastor, my mom's a minister.
Okay.
So we always have this lesson about being in the hallway, right? So when you're in the hallway, God has this thing. We have all these doors. He has to maneuver you through these places. And so he put haters in front of you. He puts opposition in front of you.
Interesting.
He
You know what?
does it
I
on
gotta.
purpose.
What you
because
saying?
It's gonna make you navigate a certain way. Because let me tell you something. Hey, y'all did not punch your ass in the nose. You wouldn't be who you are right now.
Wow.
You feel me? Had I got pumped and joy your hug, had I not got bullied, had I not had somebody tell me my home was the projects.
Well, let me ask Sister Delphi what she think about Tiamat, because Tiamat went through that in the ancient stories of Tiamat. You know about the story of Tiamat, right, Sister Delphi? You still there?
Yeah, I'm
the
still
story
here.
The story of Tiamat.
The goddess of water?
No, Tiamat is the goddess that was actually an entire world, and the other worlds were jealous of her, and it was the younger ones that was jealous of her because she was the mother energy. That's actually where the whole story of how the mother energy got opposed, and so with this queen right here saying that we get pushed by that, Tiamat was one massive galaxy of a world, but she got destroyed and blown up by smaller planets that moved in on her. And they were the younger generation. She was one of the original goddesses, gods. And the other originals were male, and they were like, go ahead, get her. Or they just not even that, they just let the younger, mostly all male or all male, do that to her. But one thing I'll say about this is my interpretation for the last few decades about that was, well, we wouldn't have all these planets out here because we're all pieces and parcels of Tiamat. Each and every planet that we know that exists is a piece of the explosion of Tiamat. And so the Great Mother still exists. She's just now expanded, but she never would have been expanded like that if she wasn't bullied, like you just said, like Sister Mika said. So it could be just like slavery.
It maneuvers
the
us
slavery
in different
thing.
ways.
The slavery
It
thing.
maneuvers us.
They got us. They put us more. We were already all over the world, but we weren't that heavily populated. And those of us that had went to Central and South America and East Asia and all that, and picked up and started all those civilizations 10s and 20 and 50 and 100,000 years ago, they already had moved out, or they already had been usurped by the whiter races. Not white, but just lighter skinned. So I think
that's why I said
the slavery thing was a bully move, like you said. Hold on, let me say this. The slavery was a bully move that put a gang of more of our modern day. Now, to us, they're not modern, but back when it happened a 1,000 years ago, because slavery didn't start 500 years ago. Slavery started when the Arabs and Persians came in, which was 2,000 years ago. And we got spread around the planet to meet with our other blacks that was already wherever we got spread to.
And then blacks hated us.
Remate with them.
And then we hated each other.
And now watch this. We, 500 years, 600 years later, we a mix of all these different black people, along with some of the other races. But we all identify as melanoids because the history tells us we all one, and these motherfuckers is crazy. These motherfuckers is lunatics, whereas we're like solar. It's like cosmic. But I like what you said because it keeps echoing. What you said echoed, and then how she pieced it together, and she said, Sister Priestess, Delphi Priestess said a lot, but she said that it's the vibration consciousness, regardless of the race and all that matters. They're trying to defy reality with a false consciousness. You know what I'm saying? They trying to start they instigated forms of consciousness which were destructive. It wasn't about, and it never was about, a color. That's some stupid 2-dimensional, 3-dimensional shit.
That's why
just
I
like fools is arguing, is the earth flat or round, nigga? This is a consciousness energy field we live on. And if you want to solve problems, ultimately you need to come from the spiritual realm first into the physical. You don't do the mathematics from the physical to the spiritual. You do the mathematics from the spiritual into quantum into the physical. You don't go if you want to ultimately solve the problem. You see, and this is the issue. We got all these we got all these damn like consciousness, and these are the males that are arguing over if it's dark skin or light skin, and the males are arguing over whether that motherfucker is flat or round. I don't give a fuck. I just want to get mine. Like, you know what I'm saying?
That's so funny because I said I can flat around.
True, like what you just said.
The males keep finding bullshit to fight over. The men.
That what you said is it's because we know it's an illusion. Like you have to fight from the spiritual realm. So there are those of us that fall into the dream time today deeper than we usually do. We usually sit in neutrality and we don't usually incarnate this deep, this far. That's why we don't understand why we haven't ascended. So we come in like everybody else in our incarnation. A lot of us are ascended masters, and there's even younger generations that are going to come after, that are going to wake up all in this craziness to realize they're ascended masters. So those of us that are still here, you know, we got to push forward and understand those are their weak. Basically, what she just said about certain things are put into your face as tribulations to basically set you to let you grow. You grow from tribulations, from issues. It makes you stronger. So basically, for those of us that are very, very spiritual, I would say the police that always try to attack me spiritually are set there as to make me more powerful, because now, as some of us should say, I guess it don't matter.
Let me say something. You are so powerful.
Spiritually now.
Can she hear me?
I the police officers spiritually.
Hold on.
Because,
I'm gonna ask her.
So, anyway, everywhere
you
I
know
go,
what? We need to, everybody listening need to put out the energy and do a ceremony in protection of Delphi Priestess. We need to, against law enforcement. All right, we
of
need
all
to
people, of all people.
We need to put out,
people,
but we need to protect you, and we need to be specific, because from my entities and principalities, they need me to be specific. So I'm gonna ask all of us to put that energy out for Delphi Priestess, and anybody that, if you have specific needs for us to do in our ceremonies, that we can call forth things for you. Put it in the comments what you need, and don't underestimate the powers that we have to make these things manifest. So put that energy out for that, sister, because it sounds like, you know, law enforcement is nothing to underestimate. That you seeing on the screen, y'all, that's the book Outline to Empowered that I am about to release. How to Do and What to Know for Evolutionary Living. It is a survivalist book for this specific society, for anybody coming out of poverty or lower middle class, trying to shake the snakes, trying to survive and keep law enforcement from sabotaging you, trying to keep from sabotaging yourself. If you know how to heal, if you need to learn how to heal, and guess what? If you know everything or you don't need it, somebody might need it. Get the book and follow me, and we gonna be having talks from the books about specific things and have them follow, especially these young men that, you know, there's all kind of ways how things could go wrong. There's all kind of sets up for failure in this society, and then there's all kind of sabotage, and then there's the wicked Narfaric forces demonically possessing people.
And their position, can I say something real quick? Their position, and this is the thing that I want people to understand. I have come to a place.
I'm gonna let you guys go.
Okay, hold on, let the sister.
I'm listening to you guys.
Thank you, sister.
Okay,
Queen.
thank you so much. I appreciate you. Oh my God, I want to hear from you again.
That the biggest conflict, believe it or not, in spirituality and in physical, is unity amongst sisters, amongst women, and sometimes people manipulate that between women. I don't know if you're hearing that.
Yes, it's fully heard.
That's the biggest conflict,
gratitude,
believe it or not, in spirituality and in physical, is unity amongst sisters.
So gratitude to Sister Delphi Priestess. Thank you for calling in and everything. We can be in Sister Delphi Priestess is actually going to be doing a talk soon. Thank you, Sister Delphi Priestess. You have a great shadow hours and have a great sleeping dream. Your dreams be blessed. We're putting that good energy out for y'all. And Sister Delphi Priestess will be coming on soon, y'all, and she's going to drop straight jewels. I mean, literally, the consciousness that she's bringing is Very important for the
Absolutely.
sisters. Very important for any brothers too, but
Very
very
important.
important for the sisters. And I'm gonna ask that y'all check in. I'm gonna actually do a for now on when Mika or Delphi Priestess or any of the sisters come on. I'm gonna definitely do a heads up video on all of my social media to let y'all know when they're gonna come on, because that energy is so appreciated and very much needed. You know, I'm gonna be doing a talk about the importance of silence and stillness soon. The importance of silence and stillness. You know what I mean? And then after that, I'm gonna do a talk about the importance of loudness and etc. Because those are two poles that we need to learn how to balance, not just as individuals but as a group. But anyway, so yeah, Sister Mika, let's get back to those cases. That case, because what I think that we need to realize from the case, and y'all can call in if you got something to talk about. Call in, you know what I'm saying? And you can leave comments. I will read the comment and everything. You appreciate it, whoever you are. I just want to say that it's pretty bitter but it's wonderful how they underestimated them by letting them cameras in that court. So many people are able to see how the peace bless how the shit work. So many people are able to see how it works now, and that's gonna let people know fear isn't the solution. You know what I'm saying? You got to be ready to get down. But let me tell you something. One thing that men are supposed to be doing, men are supposed to be influencing women on preparation. Because right now, I believe in my Owu channel on YouTube, I talk about prepping for Second Civil War, prepping for disasters, prepping for economic crash, and prepping for World War III. Do you know that your ancestors, whether you are any person of color, poor or white, anybody that grew up in poverty like me, your ancestors were fucked over in times of war.
Oh, yeah.
They were fucked over. Life was 100 pounds lighter. 100 pounds lighter. Food was. You had to eat the cats, the birds, whatever was caught.
And chitlins.
But everybody and you know, you can't talk down or put down nobody. It's hard to know what's coming in this society with all this influx of over information and over psychological stimulation. So it's like, what is it that I and we should be preparing for when I feel so good off of this and I'm trying to look good and do this. I'm trying to make sure this is that and that is this and achieve. So, you know, you probably believe more in a fucking movie you watch or a TV series. You know, you want to say it again.
I don't think people in the back heard you.
You believe more in a Tyler Perry movie, more in Star Wars. You believe more in a movie that come out or a rap song than you do in the fact that we are already in a second Civil War and we're already in World War III. No one wants to believe that Vladimir Putin is a fucking real person or that the Chinese president is a real person. They not like these bitch made ass so-called leaders over here. They ain't little puppets put in place. You thinking that you voting them in and you ain't. This is motherfuckers that really, I lived in a SADC country. I lived in a BRICS nation. You understand? For years, I educated in one. And I lived in Switzerland. And not do no fucking military telling me what to do. I was over there lamping, doing what I want, having it my way. You know what I'm saying? I'm special ed. I got it made. And at the same time, you know what I'm saying? But at the same time, I mean, he got the most affirmative rap song in all of history. But self-affirming rap song, that was the most self-affirming rap song in rap history. But nobody wants to believe it. But all them white people in the Midwest, the South, and even right here in Southern California, on the East Coast, North Canada, them white people are prepared. This shit can hit. Black people gonna be fucked over. Mexicans is gonna be fucked over. The people that's gonna still have the order and control are gonna be whites, Jews, and some of the Asians. But all of us is gonna be a free for all. A lot of people are gonna be.
The thing is, like I say, we have our racism, but I think what it is moving more to classism. The only reason why I say it's more classism because when you look at other countries like India, you know,
I was talking about
they turn against each other.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's getting to the point where, you know, blacks, we're getting successful. We're making money. We're athletes. We're millionaires. We're all these things. So now it's becoming classism. So it's classism. So we're starting to move away from racism a little bit. It's not about racism. Well, actually it is, but at the same time, when you got YSL and you're attacking Young Thug, you're not attacking a black man when the prosecution is black. And we're going into a different realm of something that we have not dealt with before. So how is it possible you got Fulton County blacks and they're coming after their own people?
Because they program, like you said, that's what them individuals do.
That's what they're here to do.
So the same thing, YSL, Young Thug, all of them, that's what they were there to do. So they calling themselves being better than them because they're a better class. Wow, you really dropped the jewels, didn't you? You just dropped the jewels on us.
You dropped it. You're thinking like, what is love? That's such a hurdle.
How you doing? How's your day? Give thanks.
You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
So it's not about racism. We can look at the YSL trial. Is this racism, David? This is not racism.
That ain't racism. That's classism. Not just. But well, I'm gonna say this.
Love is mad because Young Thug rich.
Yeah,
she mad.
It is kind of. But the Young Thug and him was killing fellow brothers and sisters. Now I'm not saying some of them wasn't out to hunting. Some of them were hunting Young Thug and they got killed trying to hunt the wrong person. That happened. No, I said that. But at the same time, some of those people that they killed was just people that was trying to get out of their outfit. And that's how it is when you're dealing with a criminal outfit. If you get in hold on, let me say this. When you try to get in a criminal outfit, anybody listening, if you want to tell your young brothers or sisters, when you get in a successful criminal outfit that's dealing with millions of dollars, and you get every day you learning, you getting close to people, you learning stuff about them, they ain't supposed to just let you out of it. Just like if you getting in a legal business, you getting around people, you learning their secrets, they ain't gonna just let you out of it either. So you better tell them young brothers and sisters, they better not go getting nosy and trying to be staying best friends with people that's involved in shit if they ain't made for that.
Let me tell you something, that's the government too. The government is involved. That's why I say we're over here in California, right now. We're over here in California. And this is the reason why I get so mad about it. It's like, here's the thing, we got the election coming up, right? Being in California, I can only speak for California and our politics. That's it. I can't speak for the rest. I don't know what's going on in these other states, but I can say about, you know, over here in California, the cost of living is atrocious. We have one of the highest rates of homelessness.
Man.
And we're supposed to be one of the richest states.
We got the most amount of broke celebrities you can ever even fucking imagine.
Ever. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, that's why I keep throwing that word in there, classism. I want people to learn something new. I need you to learn. We're in a different age. Now it's classism.
It is classism. It being classism.
We rich. We're successful. We're moving it. We are, but there's still classism going on
now. Well, another thing when you bring up classism, though,
because our own blacks turn on each other. We turn on each other.
I didn't even have to say it. You said it for me. Like, it's really big.
So now it's like, it's not racism, it's classism.
Let me tell you, what you're saying is so real. So real. Let me tell you, I lived in Africa for years, and you got to understand, being a black American, they looking down on you. They figure you supposed to be a nigga. You're supposed to be broke because we're supposed to be a katas. We're supposed to be the people's slaves. Now, they know some of us get rich by the advent of sports or whatever the thing happens, entertainment or whatever, real estate, whatever. But they have a thing that we're supposed to be the poor people. When I went around Africa, I had all kind of different friends, poor, rich, powerful chiefs, literal priestesses. One of my girlfriends there was a literal Hosa priestess. She's literally a Hosa priestess. And I've been to their events. I've been in private meetings. And I'm going to say I've been to Europe, but I never seen brutal classism like I did in Africa. Class,
That's
but
what we're gonna move
I'm
to
gonna
that.
tell you
That's what
something.
you did.
The boule blacks and even regular poor blacks. Like in California, we have a problem. We got a lot of problems amongst our black people. But if a motherfucker got a goddamn religion, go somewhere on Sundays, got a correctional officer job, got a nursing's job, they're better than the other blacks and got to wash themselves and act like they're a quiet person around other people and can't
so that's what
talk
I'm saying about Fulton
and can't
County with the
connect
damn
with people
prosecutor.
and
That's
shit.
classism.
Well, the same people were crying for help just a couple of years ago talking about Black Lives Matter. But you know what? You didn't give a fuck about nobody black until now, and you wanted to be the leader of that.
See, that's all I'm
So
talking
which
about.
means
Then
you
talking
just
about
trying to
goddamn
use
truth. You make me mad sometimes.
they
We can't
trying
goddamn
to
talk show at this point.
they
Because you
trying
be
to
saying
keep
the
their
most realest
class.
shit real fast. Say it again. The people in bed didn't fucking hear your ass.
It's a problem. It's a problem because we calling out racism, but you can't get nobody black that's a police officer or that is a correctional officer or some wealthy off of being a bishop or a pastor or wealthy from being a real estate to step out of their little world they're in and to make a friend off of somebody, just a fucking friend. You can't do, they won't. It's just pure classism. Let me tell you another thing. All the men that got money, every woman that they're with, all the black men that got any form of money, and it ain't really money, they don't own a home. All they own is a mortgage. And they can get arrested on some false charges in any split second. But they don't even get to choose their own friends because they women won't let them. I don't know a black man, my pay rate or above, a black man in the United States on the West Coast, especially. Up in the Bay, yeah. But even up there. But they, what is this thing where women get to tell their men what male friends they're make? Why would, and then what's this thing with these grown ass 250-pound muscle bound black men, super smart dudes that can't even think for their goddamn self? They got these women choosing who they friends with or telling them what they're gonna do with their money. What type of, don't you got a mama? I'm gonna take care of my mama more than a woman. My mama come first. But to the day I die, you ain't my mama gonna decide that. You ain't my mama. You supposed to be my woman. You got limits. My sister, as a matter of fact, gotta say so too. It never ran with me. That's why I chose instead of.
Can I tell you why that's happening? Let me tell you why that's happening.
Never ran with me.
Let me tell you why
Nobody
that's
pimped
happening.
me, baby.
They have been grooming us since we're going to go back to the 80s, right? Let's go back to the dope game back in the 80s, right? Remember I told you it took a black man out of the house, right? So how can you destroy a family or you can bring down the house? You bring down the black man. So the black man was brought down. Guess who they empowered? They empowered the black woman, right? They put her in a position. They gave her food stamps, this, that, and the other. Now, you notice we had a spike in the 80s and the 90s up to now where the black woman, she's educated. She don't need a black man. Remember that? I don't need a black man. I don't need a black man. I can do it my fucking self.
That's crazy.
Right?
You ain't never
You
hear no
demonize the black
unless they was a
man.
lesbian.
So whenever you get with a black woman, she's so powerful. She's done everything for herself. She downs the black man.
That's classism.
She castrates the black man.
Classism.
So that's why I say it's no longer racism anymore. It's now classism.
But you
because
know,
blacks are successful.
all history, the poor end up eating the rich.
And we come against each other.
Against each other, falsely.
Am I right? Or am I right?
Absolutely.
It's not about racism no more. It's classism, honey. And even the black woman goes against the black man. Because she makes more money. She's more educated. And so you have these homosexuals now. They got a name for them.
Damn. From thug
The
sexuals
homosexual
to the
who comes and lives with the woman.
homosexuals.
And you know that's rampant in California. I don't know about y'all in the rest of these states.
What is it? What that song that Snoop just came out with where he's saying, I ain't got to beg a bitch for a place to stay and all that? Well, he wouldn't have never had to say that shit if it wasn't running rampant in California.
Exactly.
In Las Vegas.
So it's not about racism, it's classism. It's like even the women, even I who I'm an accountant and stuff. I look, I don't come after the black man like that, but at the same time, I don't sit there and go off and be the angry black woman. So I don't need a man. My thing is, I do need a man.
Of course.
I'm tired of being the boss.
Mm-hmm.
I'm tired.
Not only that, you want to be happy.
I want my black man to step up forward for me. That's what I want. And
I think the key to it, I think the key to it is, even if it's an arrogant, selfish as egomaniac as man or group of men, happiness is, look, I've had friends that were happy people from Mississippi that I grew up with. I had another friend, we were all kind of like poor. They were relatively better off than my family because my mom was blind and we were in poverty. My dad was a no-show, that. Dr. Fred, I was going to say it was Dr. Francis Cress Wilson that Delphi Priestess was talking about. Big up. Peace, Delphi. But back to what I was saying, happiness is something that's not given in every family. Like, you got families that are like, their level, reason why you meet families like that can sing and dance and hit backflips. Like, I'm damn near 50 years old. Do you know I can do backflips like it ain't shit? Like I was just telling you, and I got bad leg injuries from track and football and kickboxing. And I'm going to tell you, the key to it is not my physical. My physical is only so strong. A lot of men is physically more stronger than me, but I can beat them in physical fighting. It's because I had a happiness in our family that wasn't broken on the slave plantation. And whether I'm talking about the slave plantation, whether it was the industrial age slave plantation, or whether it was the manufacturing factory slave plantations during World War II or after World War II, or if it was the slave plantations on during the crack cocaine and gang area in Southern California that my family went through, none of them fucking slave plantations broke the spirit of happiness. But a lot of people is getting this wealth and this fucking money. They getting the money, they getting the wealth, and they people of color, or they're black, Hispanic, Asian, and they doing the same thing that white people did. They gave up the spirit of happiness. They gave up the spirit of joyfulness.
Absolutely.
And empathy and compassion. They don't have that in them no more. And that's what's going on when you see these classes of black people where they have to seriously cling to each other and put a wall up against the others of their own. And they trying to fake like it's because you might be crazy, you might be jealous. No, that ain't it. What it is, they know they're not the happiest motherfuckers on earth. They're not really that happy. They just happen to have all that. And so they meet up at these places and they all have all this so-called fun together. But ultimately, they're not happy. They don't have that joy. They don't sing the praises of Rastafari. They don't sing the praises of Jesus. They don't Allahu Akbar. They don't do that. They don't Allahu Akbar. They don't. They don't praise Jah Rastafari. They don't praise the queen goddess of the earth and of the cosmos. They don't have that. And that's where I think that's really the classes, and that's where you can see where it trickles down amongst poor people. It's some brutal ass poor people, black, Hispanic, white, poor people that be cold.
But they have a documentary. I want you to see this. I forgot the name of it. I have the name of it and stuff. So they start. What is it called? Oh my God, I hate it. I'm gonna make sure I have my research together when we start talking about this.
But Frances Cress Wilson, that Sister Delphi, that's who she was talking about. That's some real, like Frances Cress Wilson and Jewel Pookrum really did great work for our people, for the consciousness, period, regardless.
And that's what it's about. It's a consciousness. It's not about being woke. It's about, here's the thing, David. It makes me frustrated because it's like, yo, I think we have passed racism. We're not even there no more.
It's of course not. We're not. But the catch is, like, if you want to get Donald Trump in office, you got to understand you also want to empower. They want to gut the administrative state. I have a master's in public administrative law. I know I've worked for the federal government, state government, and local government since I was a young man. I know what that means. They want to get all these. Look, I and a lot of other blacks worked since the early 90s for local, state, and federal government to pave a way so younger blacks don't have to put up with shit we had to put up with. They restarting that motherfucking shit over. Donald Trump and them resetting that motherfucker. And so y'all got to understand what that means. So I got brothers that want to vote for Donald Trump. Some, they got legitimate reasons. They're
But
successful
I'm
business
going to make
people,
an
and they
announcement
want.
because I want everybody to know, and I'm going to put my position up there. One, I'm not a Donald Trump fan, nor am I a Democrat fan. I'm sorry.
I know,
I
me
look at the
either.
Democrats as being the ones that throw rocks and hide their goddamn head. And the only reason why I say that is I live in California.
Yeah, it's everywhere.
And when you go to the gas station, you see that gas is hot as shit. And then you see our governor. We have one of
It's
the
not
most
just that. It's just that I'm
homeless
seeing
places.
all these other people getting
I can't
freebies.
stand none of them. I don't like you. I don't like you. I think it's got to the point where it's like, you do not have my best interest at heart whatsoever. I don't give a rat's ass if you're a Democrat or a Republican.
Exactly.
You don't.
Exactamundo. Hey, you just dropped the jewels of the political atheist. I have a book.
Nobody offend nobody.
Nah, you
we
didn't.
start talking about political, people get offended. Well, look, listen, Linda.
Y'all ain't offended, are y'all?
Listen,
I don't think
Linda.
they offended.
If you live in California, you dealt with DWP raising your damn light bill. If you gotta go to the
It's
gas
beyond
station
that,
and
though.
you go to the next state, they gas price is only $3 and yours is $5.
Yo, but check this out, sister. It's beyond that. It's like they're trying. Like, I work in the film industry. I do post production. Post Producers LA. It's like a big time temporary agency, so to say, to relate with regular people, and they give us jobs. A lot of these productions, these films, I've worked on them. And so I also produce my own films, yada, 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 right? If you go to DavidDemetri.com, y'all, you will see my options to check out my film and my books. But I want to say a lot, I've been losing out on grants and on funding for films and getting my films produced because I'm not gay. They totally reject me, sabotage me, and abuse me because I'm not gay. Listen, I mean it. I have been through a lot of abuse because I'm not homosexual or bisexual. If I was bisexual or homosexual, y'all would have been watching some nice, good movies. And I'm talking about black people that are boule classes, not just non-black people, but non-black people too. But boule classes, LGBTQ people, hating on me and others because we're not lesbians, because we're not gay, because
we start talking about something, you saw you get canceled, try to cancel your ass.
Well, I'm not saying I don't. I can have my gay.
Either.
I got gay homeboy, and I got I have relatives that are lesbians and gays,
My
but
son
they
is
know
gay.
about this shit.
My
They don't.
son is gay.
They
I don't have
want-
a problem with that
Well-
shit, but you motherfuckers ain't gonna sit here and get into a corner and start like cheaping up, like, oh, so we can't say anything about ourselves.
But
we can't.
it's not just
We
that.
gotta,
But what I was saying is they stopping us from. They doing the same thing that the white racists was doing against the black heterosexuals.
what I said.
They're stopping us from. I'm talking about blacks.
Yeah.
Black gays are hating on
Exactly.
you if they can't get you to have sex with them. They're doing what they by the
What
men
the
are
fuck
doing
we've been talking
what
about for the last hour
Puff
and a half.
Daddy,
What I'm telling
what
you.
P Diddy's doing. They all doing it. A lot of them are doing that
I'm gonna
shit.
stand up on that one. I'm trying to tell you. See what I'm saying? The
Yeah, I see what
agenda.
you're saying.
The
That's-
agenda. It's an agenda.
Mm-hmm.
It's not about racism no more.
I see what
It's
you're
no
saying.
longer. We keep talking about what they racist. Like you sound silly when you get on your goddamn phone talking about they racist. You see, it's not racism.
You're right. It's bigger than that.
It's bigger than it.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta
Tyler
look
Perry.
closer.
They Tyler Perry and people was out there being their best Tyler Perry. Like somebody getting on the court and want to be on a Kobe, and get on the court and want to be on a Jordan or they on a, you know what I'm saying? They getting in this film industry and in the music industry and they getting on
see what
their
I'm
P Diddy.
saying.
Huh?
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, they getting on their
It's
Tyler
getting to the
Perry
point
or
where
they
it's
getting
like,
on their P Diddy.
What?
Yep. That's exactly it. And then you went to school, you took out loans, you went to school for film, you went to school for music production and shit, and you did all this. You doing great on social media, and they like good. But come to this party, you come to the party, they like sniff this line. They like, okay, suck this dick.
What I tell you. In Hollywood, I'm over here in Hollywood. Went to a damn party, everybody, it was drugs everywhere. It was a normal thing. You had normal celebrities.
I mean, I don't hate on people for getting high, but
by our
the
children
sex is
who are in these rooms, and I'm sitting there like, yo. But you notice how social media controls our children. Everything is being controlled at this point.
Absolutely.
So we're no longer facing racism anymore. We're in a whole different dimension at this point.
We are, but it's there. What you got to realize is that's somebody from California that can comfortably say that. But when you move to the Midwest, out in Kansas and Missouri, where my cousins is, and down south where my other families is, it is there. It's very structured and it's very brutal. It's total segregation, but it ain't as bad as it used to be because they respect the power that black people got, and they respect the people on the reservations, the Indians and stuff. But in California, it ain't really a racial thing. I mean, you got some Hispanics that might be racist, but
it's not a racial thing. That's why I say it's more power. You have a lot of power.
Yeah, you're right. You're right, because it's over here. This is like New York. It's like a battleground of the fucking minds. That's what California is. Every time you go out the house, it's like people trying to outsmart each other, or just on some ego consciousness.
I'm telling you, we're dealing with a different game. This is a different board game. This is not the same game we had back in the 80s and the 90s and stuff when we're dealing with. No, it's different.
Exactly. So when you want to do another talk,
and we can go back to like I was saying, YSL trial. This is a perfect example. The whole prosecution is black.
Everybody in there black. The judge was black. Did they switch him out, or is he?
They recused this little silly ass dude with his little support dog.
So everybody's black. So
they recused his ass because he was the prosecution. The prosecution's black. The judge is black. It was
actually
it was mind blowing.
Yeah, but it's dope though. It's dope that everybody's black. You know why that's letting everybody know the South is black. It's letting you know the South is black. The South is black. The South is if these Hispanics and these white people decide they want to, if the second Civil War kick off and they want to start killing all the blacks out here in Cali in the West Coast, we got somewhere the fuck to go, and it's called the South and the East Coast.
I ain't going to full account. I'm not doing that.
I ain't either, man. I ain't made for that. It's a whole nother.
Let me tell you something. Miss Love, if she even see this podcast, girl, you need to go back to school.
But I will move back to South Africa.
You need to go like into the woods somewhere, girl. Cause you. But you know what? I thank Miss Love. Thank you, Miss Love, for showing us what we need to know.
I want to say something though about Young Thug. If they would have let him out on bail, they would have had him killed. They would have had him killed. That's why he's so comfortable in that jail, because he know he would get killed. He would get killed if they had let him out.
But why would they kill him? He ain't snitched on nobody. All he did was try to help him.
I'm not talking about the gangster. See, I'm behind the veil. That's what I'm talking about. I'm looking at it from the cultic position. I'm not looking at it from this side of the veil. I'm looking at it from that side. The cult, the law enforcement, the courts, and all them would have him killed. They had to put him to death like they did Nipsey and Tupac and Biggie, because he got too much information to offer. Right now, they got him on 24 hour.
And that's why I'm gonna tell you something. We will not be surprised if Diddy commits suicide.
I
we know he probably ain't gonna do it by his own hand.
He wouldn't. No, he wouldn't.
Let me tell you something.
Diddy ain't got no reason to commit suicide. This shit is right up his alley. That nigga sitting up in there chilling. He just, long as his kids and everybody telling him, he just want to see it play out. He ain't the type of, after all that, you think he would want to die? That nigga want to see how it end up. That's how he is.
He can't change that. He
in the middle of the battle. He in the middle of the battle. You in the middle of the battle. Ain't nothing you can do but fight. So he's sitting back, want to see how it do.
Fight though. This man is like the one who's perpetrated this whole situation. It's like, yo, I need him to sit here.
The fact that he alive, he fighting, and whether people like it or not, you got. Let me say some names. You got Lucien Grange and Elliot Grange, the son of Lucien Grange, who are the owners and controllers of 90% of all music rights of the United States of America from right now going all the way back to directly after World War II. They got power over all that and over a lot of Europe, and it's called the United Music Group that they own. And then you have Clive Davis. They molded and made, and Quincy Jones. They all molded and made P. Diddy. They helped mold and made P. Diddy. And not only P. Diddy, they molded and made others that are like him. The Universal Music Group is the name of the company, not United. Then you have the Andre guy. I forgot his last name. We spoke about it earlier. So in a court, a man named Little Rod filed a lawsuit against Diddy. And in that lawsuit, he mentioned that Clive Davis and Lucius Grange would come to P. Diddy's house and disappear in the room with him, and he can hear them having sex.
Oh my God.
They would come and he would have people come in there and have sex with them. You see,
this is not only the only stories. This is like there's like multitude of stories,
and
there's so many stories that are coming out. And now that's one of the reasons why they will not release Diddy. You notice how they denied his bail twice.
Well,
because he has so much power. You know, he be like set people shit on fire, intimidating people.
Well, I personally feel like this about Diddy. Let's. I'll be the devil advocate. Is that okay, y'all? I feel like Diddy should have been dead because of what he did to someone I love named Tupac. All right? So let's leave it there.
The reason why he's not dead is because he's always been protected. Remember I told you, two things we know. He's a sexual deviant. Two, the industry protected him until they have no use for him.
Absolutely.
So if the industry's protecting, when I say the industry, I'm talking like Clive Davis. I'm talking about like all the bigwigs who perpetrated this whole freak off. It's normal. It's like it's like in order for you to be inaugurated into this shit, even with Mary J. Blige is on that list now.
She been on the list. She been on the list. This is why when she was in a relationship with the brother from Jodeci, they were just like Jay-Z had control over Rihanna, and Chris Brown was kind of pulling her to be able to be aware and have to defend herself and to come into her own outside of that control. And that's why they shitted on Chris Brown. The same thing. Wasn't it Casey from Jodeci that was with
Mary J? He was dating Mary J. Blige at the time. They both were on drugs.
But she was signed to P. Diddy and them.
But that's what they're trying to uncover now. Is that her drug use was because of Diddy.
Now you can't blame nobody for someone drug use.
You don't blame nobody for that.
Because that's where it originated. That's a grown ass bitch.
But the thing is that no, she did participate, and I guess
Cassie too. Hold on, let me tell you something. I'm mixed. I'm light skinned, so she don't get no pity. Hold on, I'm gonna tell you. I don't know why the fuck. Now putting his hands on her, that's different. But when a motherfucker
but she did contribute to this shit.
Not only that, she sat the fuck up there just like any old man that want to get with the woman that have all the money and power, or a woman that want to get with the man with all the money and power, and didn't give a fuck about no fucking body. She didn't give a fuck about nobody. And I'll tell you, before he abused her, he was definitely fucking people over in front of her, and she was with it. And you know what?
Was with it in front of Kim Porter too.
And Kim Porter was fucking just like the same way. And
I said that. I said, look, I'm not trying to take away anything that she been through.
Faith Evans, Biggie, Faith Evans. And Biggie told on himself. Biggie told on himself when he got that transvestite all up in the music video, all face to face. Nigga, no, I'm not putting my face on no nigga's face. fuck out of here, nigga. I'm supposed to be the hardest rapper, you know what I'm saying? And you talking about Tupac, and nigga, you got Tupac ain't ever had no gay or no transvestite. The only motherfucking gay that was in the music video or anything close to that was Tommy Boy or whatever his name was that was on Death Row.
And who was the one who was holding the umbrella over, what's his name? Diddy. Remember him? What was his name?
Oh, yeah, whatever, the suspender dude, yeah.
Remember him?
Yeah, he was,
coming out, he was,
they said he was giving, Sean Combs or P. Diddy, he was giving him Brazilian waxes. He had that nigga giving him Brazilian waxes.
You remember Young Mommy? Wait. Young Mommy. So come to find out, Young Mommy was the forefront, but it was actually Santana who was fucking Diddy.
Hold on. Who's this? The dude from the reality TV show. What's his name? Is that who you talking about? The dude think he buff. He ain't. He think he buff. A woman might think he got muscles, but a man, no, he's just a regular little skinny dude.
I don't know.
I
gotta use the bathroom real quick, so talk to the audience.
So y'all, we intended. I'm glad the sister Delphi saved us because she came in with the spiritual consciousness and the metaphysics of it. But you see, we just wanted to, you know, not give a damn and talk some shit. You got to sometime when you're dealing with this weird ass shit. This shit is really good that the truth is out. Because some of us already knew a long time ago, you know, how deaf, dumb, and blind and ignorant and unspiritual all these celebrities and how that industry and all that was. Like a long time ago, like I said, Tupac, I don't know how long y'all been here. Tupac gave me my first gig in the music industry. Before I got with Def Jam West, he hooked me up, and his manager on the West Coast, they be having multiple managers back then, people that handled them on the East Coast. The manager on the West Coast, who was Tupac's full blown, he was also Cypress Hill's manager and other groups. Tupac came to my birthday party, get together at a club. He didn't know it was my birthday party, he didn't even know me. But it turned out cool because we both was Geminis. My birthday was June 11th. It was like June 12th. And his birthday was like June 14th or 16th, Tupac's, and he showed up. So he was like, yeah, my birthday in a couple of days. So we had the Gemini talk and shit and etc. So he hooked me up. And that was my thing. I was already like, I was able to rap his songs to him. And this is 93. This is June 93. So you got to understand, I was already had his albums. I already knew who he was, and it really meant something to him. And then, you know, we talked after that on the phone. There wasn't no cell phones back then. They called my mama's house. So it was like a connection. So, you know, when they first shot him out in New York, I remember my mama waking me up like, your friend got shot and this and this and this. I'm like, went in the room and got my 380 and my rifle. I'm like, open to go outside, ain't nobody out there. Like, who told you? She was like, no, on TV, wait. And I'm sitting in the room, I'm half sleeping shit. And the commercial come back on. I mean, the news come back on, and you Tupac all in a wheelchair, flipping off the thing and shit. I'm like, damn. So I'm like, what we supposed to do? You know, back then the mind state was different. There wasn't all this social media. There wasn't no way to talk to people easily like that. You just be in suspense. And so, you know, I called the manager, and he finally called me back days later, and he told me what to do because I started doing correctional officer training to be a correctional officer. And like, I had stepped away, but he was like, man, I thought you was going to, I was like, yeah. So I had got back into it. That's how I ended up quitting being a correctional officer because it was too sad to see black men treat each other like shit up in prison. All these dudes supposed to be told they treated like each other like shit, man. Don't listen to nobody. They're in there letting non-black people pressure them to abuse each other. And if nobody ain't ever told you, I'm telling you it right fucking now. And I've been locked up. I haven't been to prison, but I've been to jail. So I'm going to tell you right from fucking now that shit ain't what you being told. But Tupac, that whole situation was a big deal. And you got to understand Lauryn Hill. You see how they screwed her up? They killed Tupac and Biggie. Look how they did everything they could to fuck over Lauryn Hill, them industry people, and they mad because she got with Bob Marley and them family, and they protected her. So you can imagine, you can imagine what the fuck they would have did to Lauryn Hill if they had control over her because of that bitch made ass dude Wyclef. So what you think they was doing to Wyclef hoe ass? You know what I'm saying? So don't let none of these. And let me tell you something. I lived in Jamaica. In Angel, Spanish Town. If anybody know what that is, Angel, Spanish Town. I lived there for almost a whole damn year straight. And then I was going back and forth for years. Lived in Kingston. I lived in Little Japan. It was a little area called Little Japan. I had a roommate that I met at Pasa Pasa. He was a Japanese dude. I know I met him at Weddy Weddy behind the gate. And like at Weddy Weddy. And he hooked me up, be his roommate. A Japanese roommate in Jamaica. I've been through all kind of stuff. I lived years of my life in Southern Africa. I did all this shit, and all these military dudes need to be in a bit. I was a passport brother before these niggas were old enough to get a fucking erection. These niggas, let me tell you something. This shit is bizarre to me, man. The stuff that's going on now, let me tell you. What we looking for, like we were supposed to be talking about what's going to be happening. Potentially, the sister's back. The sister's back. The champ is here. The champ is here. But I want to talk about what we think going to be happening after the election, because regardless of who president, certain things going to happen. I think I don't even think people that are like everyday people really get who the people are that support Donald Trump. That I'm not talking about the black and Hispanics. I don't think people really, black people, Hispanics, I don't think y'all really know what white people are. You see, I've had to deal with West Virginian white people. I had to deal with Southern white people, Midwest white people, because I had to go live out there with my cousin. Listen, I don't think y'all get it. If they decide, the white nationalists decide to launch a war, it's never going to go back to normal again. And y'all really think niggas that can't stop fighting amongst each other and killing each other because they jealous? Because a hard-headed ass chick is going to run over there and lie to the thug ass dudes that have nothing to lose or don't got no sense in their head. So they going to lie on the dude that got sense in their head because they jealous of him because he don't want her. Or they just jealous. They've been raised up to be jealous of other blacks. So they gonna kill. You know that's going on real bad right now in California. Like all the so-called gangbangers want to destroy the non-gangbang blacks.
David, that's why I say what I say. It's like it's no longer about racism anymore. It's classism. You have our own hate on each other. We're in a whole different realm at this point. Every time I get on the internet, TikTok or anything that's being said, with 50K or anything that's going on, it be the main ones, be the blacks, talking mess against each other. That's when we look at the YSL case. I use this as an example. You're looking at the prosecution, and they have a hard on for young thug. Like, that, no.
Hold on, we got a caller calling in. Let me see.
Oh, let's do it. Let's talk about it. I like when we get callers. Can they hear me?
Hold on. Yo. Hold on. Not sure who it is. Let me see. Yo, peace. Caller.
Yeah, I'm right here.
What's up?
Yeah, I wanted to call you. It's basically about this controversy right now about FBAs, foundational blacks.
Okay.
And then also about Caribbean blacks and people from Latin America with African origins.
Okay, we can go there. Who are you though? I want to know. Can you guys?
My name is Fred.
You
call me Freddie.
You on the IG? You on the Instagram or on the Facebook?
No, I'm on the YouTube. I'm on the YouTube.
Which one? David-Demetri Live in Color?
Yeah, it's female and it's you.
Okay, cool.
David. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right, cool. Yeah.
I think it's ridiculous. We black. Anytime you cross over the Atlantic in the slave trade and you have ancestors that were enslaved, by Europeans, you black. That's a black experience. I don't care what language you speak, whether it be French, whether it be Spanish, whether it be English.
Yeah.
You still were subjected to slavery.
Absolutely.
You still had to fight the colonial powers for your political freedom. Because we ain't really got no
Absolutely, but we
freedom.
have two
We
votes
have
on
political
that.
freedom. We have what is called liberty. Liberty is when you have permission to do something. Freedom doesn't require permission from nobody.
Absolutely.
Right.
So when they sit up here saying, "Oh, if you Jamaican, you ain't black," hey, you black, brother. You black. If they say, "Hey, you Haitian and you ain't black," you're black, brother. In fact, I salute the Haitians because they was the ones who fought the French for their freedom.
Now you guys, tell him
And
I'm Haitian.
you have to understand, Americans are very naive about history and about what's right and what's wrong. There's no way that Haiti should still be on a debt to France. That should be null and void.
And on that note, you said so much that I would like to respond to. I'm gonna let the sister respond though.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to say something that as a studier, actually studying universities around the planet and doing world's debate and growing up in the ghettos and right here in the United States, I could hear myself in you. I could feel the pain and we all hold a pain that'll never go away until we leave out this world. And I've been in Africa for years of my life, not going over there trying to find my roots, already had my roots. And so I'm going to tell you something, man. All black people are suffering something very similar. And it is caused by our historical grievances, caused by all those different races, the Persians, the Arabs institutionalized slavery, the Europeans globalized slavery. You understand? But this pain that we have is shared, but it's not just black Americans that's causing this problem.
Right.
The classism. And the tribalism that is vibrating brutally throughout Africa and throughout the Caribbean, which are countries I lived years of my adult life in. Africa is not a country. I said countries, but I lived on that continent in multiple countries. There's Africans in America that have not lived in places in Africa.
I'll be right back. But I want you guys to know I'm Haitian. I'm first generation Haitian. So I really love to touch on that, but give me a minute. Right. You go ahead.
Okay. So I want to say this, man. You have the right intention, the good heart, the good mind, and you have to do what you're doing right now. And I have an email. You have one of my phone numbers to contact me, and we can have you come on here because you need to feel empowered. And that's why I'm doing this. Because you need to be empowered and heard, because you have a cause that I had. Because when 2007, I gave a speech at the Image Awards, and I chose to speak on the importance of Africans in Africa, black African descents throughout the Caribbean and Central and South America, blacks in the Pacific Islands, and blacks of North America. The importance of us working together, having relationships together, and getting over our tribal differences. Here we go, damn near 20 years later, and you can't hide from the disparage of the tribalism and the nitpicking and the jealousies. And so I think, like I teach in my book, Outline to Empower, I teach about the spirit of false accusation. We have a spirit of we got an addiction to competitiveness. We got an addiction. Clearly it's a spirit that has been cast on us. And I want to suggest to you, and if you want, you can come in and we can talk about these specific subject, brother, because I think that the Europeans have wizards and warlocks and witches that casted spells hundreds of years ago
brother.
over
I'm
us.
listening to you, brother.
Brother. I
Yes, you are
wholeheartedly
right.
agree
Go.
with you.
Yes.
I'm a spiritual dude. So I wholeheartedly agree with you. They have put their witchcraft and their propaganda and have twisted our minds and our soul that we hate each other for some of the silliest stuff. And yes, tribalism does exist in Africa, but it exists in America too.
No, we
East
tribalists
Coast,
here. We tribal.
yeah. Crips, Bloods,
You
West
from this
Coast, East
neighborhood,
Coast.
you from that neighborhood. And what the
Right.
Europeans did is whatever forces over them that were non-human said, it got them first. It said, y'all can't be different. All the Europeans that were indigenous states, it was some force that made them become under this, whatever you want to call it, religion or whatever the regime was. It destroyed them. It annihilated. It almost killed all of them off. And all that was left over, they formed an army out of them. And they sent it into Africa because Africa was the strongest on the planet. So it said, and it was the closest to them. So I was told this by a white man. You understand me? I was told this by a fucking white man when I was a child. And he told me we went into Africa and ravaged it. It was the war. He said, this is the biggest regret I've ever known once I realized this as a white man. And he said, we did.
Can I say something, brother?
Oh, absolutely. Go for it.
And it's going to be controversial.
It's okay.
You know, in the Bible, it said there was the mark of Cain, right? Right?
Speak on it.
You know what that mark was?
What is it?
White skin, blonde hair, and blue eyes.
That ain't controversial. You just family.
Because understand this. If you was to put a mark on somebody and you want people to be, afraid of you, it would be something they could see from a distance, a big distance. And you got to remember, only thing out there back then was bow and arrows, spears, slings, right? You throw pebbles. If it was beyond the range, you wouldn't be able to tell what that person was. But if you had white skin, blonde hair, and maybe you couldn't see the whites of their eyes, you know what they always say. But from a distance, you would know this person is supernatural. This person ain't natural. Because everybody there's no such thing as the Middle East. That's all Africa. That's all Africa.
Absolutely.
See, they rewrote history and twisted history. The Trojans were black people.
Absolutely. The Trojans.
And what happened was, when the Trojans sent their emissaries over there to the Greeks, the white girl fell in love with a brother. And she jumped on the ship, she stole the board, and then she said, hey, Deshaun, or whatever their name was back then, I'd rather be with you. I don't want to be with that barbarian. And that barbarian's feelings was so hurt that he went to his people and said, oh man, they insulted us. And all his kinfolks joined in on a war against black people. And they continued. First it was the Trojans. Then they start invading the people who lived in Lebanon, but before them.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's a great subject, the history. We could discuss that another time, but what you said at
first. Yeah, I understand, brother.
I
just felt like I had to put that out there.
And it's wonderful that you did. What's your name again?
My name's Freddie.
Freddie. All right.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Absolutely.
Can you hear me?
Based on this history, the children of Cain have always been jealous and had hatred for us.
David,
regardless whether we showed them grace
he can hear you.
or we went to war with them.
Yeah,
they
I have something to say about that, though.
Feelings toward us.
Absolutely. Let the sister respond, brother. She wants to respond real quick.
Okay, so when we talk about the Africans and we all, one thing I want to say is that I'm a black woman. Okay. I know my history, I know what we've been through and stuff like that. But one thing I want to point out very strategically is that when we were slaves and we was turned into slaves and pushed out, you do know that the Africans had something to do with that, right? If you know the history, well, there's a story behind that. It's like it wasn't just the Europeans who pushed us to be slaves. It wasn't just them. It was also the Africans, like the leaders of the African certain African tribes, who actually was in cahoots with that and participated in that.
Absolutely.
So that's
It
one
was
of the
it was
reasons
a
why I
market.
say
It was an
we here
industry.
in America we talk about racism, but it was more classism than anything.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if we get into the Bible, we get biblical, we talk about the Israelites and stuff like that, and we know that they got pushed out of Israel and they had to run to the Saharas. Am I lying? And so when you have a group of people who come in with a different language, a different, and their class is higher, and then they're being pushed out of their own country and they go down into this sect of Africa, yes, part of the tribes in Africa helped work with the Europeans and sold us off too. There was a class. Now, a lot of people don't want to talk about that because we always go into that whole thing where we are today, where we're looking at the YSL trial, we have blacks on black, and we keep doing the same thing. It just continues to keep repeating itself. We do not want to talk about the Africans who were there, where we got pushed into the Sahara. You got to do your history. You got to really look into it.
Oh,
And
thank
you
you.
see that this particular tribes
Who's the
actually
18th?
participated
Oh, good
in
dog.
pushing us into slavery. But this is the thing. You gotta look at this. Even when we became slaves in America, you notice how we have an Uncle Tom. We call him the ones who lived in the house and was on the slaves and treating them dirty as hell. We still have this same narrative today where blacks and blacks treat each other and we come up against each other. Here's the thing. I'm ready to always deal with a white man. I'm always ready to deal with somebody else being very racist. But one thing I need to deal with firsthand is the people in my backyard, the people who are supposed to be just like me. We never want to discuss that. We never want to discuss that. We need to discuss that. Like,
we do.
Here's the thing. You can't do what you
We need
can
to
do
codify it.
unless my own people help you do it.
We need to come together, some of us, and write a literal book on the different devilized types of black people living in these apartments, living in these neighborhoods. And then we also have to say in the book the categories of the different type of angelic or, the good forms. Because then we can codify behaviors within that same literary work about how we, in different means, we can pinpoint. Because once it's codified in a book, then it could be taught in courses. And then that'll be some way we can combat these wicked forces, because ultimately it's evil forces possessing some of us. You see what I'm saying? It's evil forces that are like, there's evil forces that possess like people. You know what I'm saying? There's evil's a word that could be used. I don't know. There's probably better and more sophisticated words I could use, but I think that's an issue. But in regards to what the brother said when Freddie said when he first got on about, like he said, the FBA thing and the Caribbean and the African blacks and everybody sitting up going back and forth, that's not new. That's something that's just barely
it's been going on forever.
Put on recording. Just like cops been killing black and brutalizing black people and Hispanics and poor people. It's just barely being caught on cameras.
It's the cops are black, Hispanic, and all of them.
Africans and Caribbeans and their tribalism running into the blacks here who are tribal too. The arguing and fighting, going back and forth, and tripping on each other and on jobs and tripping on each other in business situations. That shit been going on. That shit been going on. I was literally in a foster home with some Africans when I was young, when I was a child and shit. They was like classes and toward even Africans, and then them in a little group that they were like, no matter what, all their problems had to be taken out on African Americans. African Americans was their excuse for everything. And you got to understand that's been codified within the African community when they come to America. Like, we're going to take all our problems out on this particular group of black people. And then what black people in America need to know is Nigerians are considered like crazy as fuck all over the African continent. The Africans are barely even starting to level out with Nigerians. Like, Nigerians were going around Africa, like, some of them, but enough of them were going around doing the same shit they was doing to African Americans. Or when I had moved to Jamaica back in the early 2000s, it was some Nigerians that had got ran out of the Caribbean seaside of Jamaica. They got ran out. They came over there and did fuck people over their money because they had to close down the Nigerian embassy because they were like fucking over people. So you got to understand, African Americans need to understand there's particular groups of Arabs that the other Arabs don't fuck with because them particular Arabs are always fucking over other Arabs, or they're always fucking over whoever they run across. Not all of them, but that particular the majority of that group will fuck you over. You are telling the truth,
boy. You telling the truth.
So I think that, you know, a lot of black Americans didn't have that in mind. They were like, after World War II, let's just go from after World War II, the 1950s up, they just were like happy to see some Africans. And you know, this little goddamn childish thing where they call me African booty scratcher. Nigga, you crying about what somebody said about you as a child. Don't you know if you lived your ass back in Nigeria, they would have said something to your ass. You would have had to get name called. And you a grown ass man crying. Like, that's some bitch made shit. That's just some bitch made shit. A Nigerian that hear a Nigerian complain about that ain't gonna be having no empathy for them for that. And then they go back to their country for years, since World War II, let's just go from there. With a Jamaican moved back to Jamaica, everybody got their hand out. Give us some money. Just like in the black community in America, if a black went to the military, when they came back home, everybody had their hand out as if they got rich or something because they wore a fucking military suit. So everybody has some colonialism, globalism, capitalism. It just fucked people over. No matter what race, creed, kind of is. Like she said, classism, like isms, racism, sexism. It's just, so when the brother got on, I'm not sure if he's still online. I haven't heard him say anything.
I'm right here. I'm just listening.
But it's like, I'm glad black Americans finally figured out what I already figured out. It's like y'all caught up to me. I had to deal with these fucking Africans as a child living with them. So you know, I was raised up ruthless with my own family. So, you know, it was a hands-on policy for me. I already had been in, you know, halfway houses and in juvenile hall centers. So it was just like, you from California, sister, so you know how rough it was. I'm in the house with these dudes. I'm a preteen. It was hands-on, you know what I'm saying? They had to learn how to fight because you ain't going to keep playing games with me. And if I don't fight you right then and there, when we get away from these adults, you're going to have to fight. So it was like a lesson.
I grew up in that way.
Where I had to find out I was a nigga. But to black people, I already knew how to get treated like a yellow nigga to Hispanics.
Right.
And whites. And sometimes my Vietnamese people I knew. But I didn't know how to get treated like that by other blacks. until I moved into a home with some Nigerian man and woman that were doing foster care. It was just for the money. They didn't give it down. But I found that out the
And
hard
I was
way.
going to say something. I
And
said,
so I
you know,
already knew how Africans could be. But I just feel like certain things were well overdue in that movement with the foundational Black American is in political, if you study political science like I had to, it's called political philosophy and political psychology. So what you're seeing as a group, Black Americans are doing is a response. The foundational Black American thing, that's a response. So if you hear Africans and Caribbeans adverse to it, they don't get it.
and you know, you're
They're
so
not getting
right
it
when you say that,
psychology.
David.
Hold on, let me turn you up, sis. All right, go
You're
ahead.
so right when you say that because, you know, when you look at the
Hello,
Jamaicans and stuff, and you look at
referring to me?
the us like from the
No, she's
you know,
speaking.
the Caribbeans.
Oh, okay. Ladies first.
Go ahead, sis.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to overtalk you. Can you hear me?
I'm not sure. Yeah, he can hear you, but there's a delay whenever we speak.
Oh,
It takes a few
okay.
seconds for someone to hear it.
Well,
Well, actually, I can hear her,
Oh, okay.
but I have another phone going on, so I can hear her. I just don't want the feedback going into this phone because
Thank you for
you're
that.
recording.
Thank
I
you.
understand.
Thank
Thank you for that. Thank you. So I'll speak, and then when I'm done, I'll let you know I'm done, so everybody gets caught up. I wanted to speak on as far as you know, the Caribbeans. Like I'm a Haitian, you know, I'm first generation Haitian, meaning that my mom, my parents and stuff, they came from Haiti. And the culture when it came here. And one thing I will speak about is my grandmother. My grandmother was a beautiful woman. I looked just like her. She was considered a mulatto. So that's classism in Haiti.
Yeah, real
So
bad. Real
it's very
fucking bad.
serious. You know what I'm saying?
Terrible.
It's terrible. So when she came here, she was very I don't want to say racism with women. I used to call her a bigot.
Yeah, she was a bigot. My grandma was a
She was
bigot
a
toward
bigot.
blacks.
She was a bigot.
Mm-hmm.
And so that was very prominent. So I understand like the Nigerians when they come here and stuff. So we have that's why I keep pushing classism. Pushing classism. I feel like we have moved on from racism. We have graduated somewhere else, and we're at the point where it's classism because our own people, where you have Nigerians, even if you go to Africa and go to their country and stuff, they look down on us black.
Absolutely.
You see what I'm saying? They look down on us.
But it's not just them. It's the majority of Africans that get out of those countries are more of like the upper middle class or wealthy. So what happens is that's just a mechanism they use.
But you know what I was gonna say? It's like I grew up in that where I have family coming from Haiti and they're the upper classism. And so they look when they come here, my grandmother was type she looked down at all blacks, especially in the hood. She called them niggas. Now I used to look at her like, how you? We black? She looking at her, no, we're not that. We ain't went through what they went through. We different. So you know, you have the Jamaicans who think the same thing. So that's what I mean by
it's gonna listen, I wanna say this, but I'm gonna let the brother go from there to respond to what you're saying. But I just wanna say if the second Civil War kick off and electricity and all that stuff go out, they're gonna get slaughtered. The Caribbean and Africans by the Black Americans because they did it too long.
they ain't slaughtering
They
me.
did this shit too long.
I'm gangster. What are you talking
You
about?
Black American, you just.
I'm American, but I gotta fight.
I mean, I'm just saying it's gonna be real bad out here.
If I can interject, bro.
Yes, sir. Go ahead. Talk.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Got it, bro.
Okay. Understand this. Here in America, we are Americans. Ain't no adjective go in front of it. Our culture has been geared toward accepting American standards. There's certain things we won't fall under. We have standards,
I follow that. I agree.
even in our education. So when the time comes that uh, the FBAs unite and take the political reins and start running this country the way we're supposed to be, we are the Americans. Everybody else is foreigners.
Exactly.
Everybody else is foreigners.
Mm-hmm.
Now, understand this. I didn't bring up my heritage because I am Choctaw Indian also.
Okay.
Okay, out of the village of Tougaloo, Mississippi,
Wow.
which was located outside of Jackson, Mississippi. They even have a university now called Tougaloo University.
Wow.
Okay, so understand this. We were here before the Europeans got here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you can look at all the old photographs and you can see that a lot of the native, or we'll say Choctaw, Cherokee, all of those, if you look, you see their skins is dark.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Absolutely.
dark.
Very dark.
Okay. Now this is off the subject, but the people of India are not Asian. They ain't Asian. They Blasian.
Mm-hmm.
They black and Asian mixed together.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Oh,
if
yeah,
you
we know
look at the
that.
people from India and you look at the people from China, now they only separated by 200 miles. Those are the Himalayan mountain range, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they look nothing alike. They don't look nothing alike. The culture ain't alike. The people don't look alike. None of it looks alike. So those people the people of India have to step up and say, hey, white man, stop trying to throw us in your category, because that's what happens. White
But
people
can
tell
I,
us
can I
who we
stop you
are.
real
They
quick?
actually,
Let me
they
stop you real
actually,
quick.
they
Let me
actually
stop
have
you
a
real
big
quick.
movement
Real quick.
over there right
David, let
now.
me stop him real
They have
fast.
a
Just
big.
pause. When we're talking
We
about
need to
India,
stop letting
you
white
gotta
people
understand. I'm not.
categorize us. We know who we are. My
Mm-hmm.
name is Mono Boshu. That's Choctaw for brown rabbit. That's who I am.
Mm. Give
I am a
thanks.
man. I am a warrior.
Mm-hmm.
I am not no servant. I'm not no slave. I am a
Mm-hmm.
warrior, just
Mm-hmm.
like any other person with African descent.
Mm-hmm.
We even so bad, our women are warriors now,
Mm-hmm.
because they realize that, hey, we got to protect ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
And if the men don't want to
Black
take it
man
upon
defensive.
themselves to defend us, we'll defend ourselves. And I have nothing wrong. You know, they say, oh, the sisters are too. No, you guys, well, I'm not saying you guys. I'm saying the generation that followed my generation, they became soft. They became
Yeah.
soft. They became
Yeah.
feminized.
Mm.
And it's whether it was in the water, the food, the television, all of that. I don't know. But I do know the results of it, that you have black men who hate black women.
Yeah, that's
And
big, man. That's weird. That's
yeah,
real
Tupac talked
spooky.
about that.
That's
You're gonna have a
crazy.
generation that hate the babies. The babies who
Mm-hmm.
gonna hate the ladies. And we have that now.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I don't have a problem with who you date or what
Hey,
color
David,
or
can I
what culture she
respond?
come
Yeah,
from.
yeah. Let the sister respond, brother. That's incredible what you're
Okay.
saying, though. That's awesome what you're saying, man. It's real, real.
I'm
Okay.
gonna
Go ahead,
respond
sis.
to what he's saying and stuff. It's like, especially when he had mentioned India. This is why I have to keep going back to the whole thing. It's like, I'm gonna talk from as being a black woman in this world right now, and the things that I'm faced with, as far as me, you know, looking for my black man. Black males are not able to step up and stuff because where we're at. But you gotta understand something. This was perpetuated by a system.
Yeah,
And
that's
we
real.
talked about this back in
Mm-hmm.
the 80s when the dope game went down and stuff, and you get rid of the black man. We have mass incarceration. That was strategically done.
Mm.
You see what I'm saying? And it was to make us, you notice how black women are more successful, we're more powerful.
Cause and
You see what I'm
effect.
saying?
Cause and effect.
It's a cause and effect. So as a Haitian woman, just I'm first generation, so I'm cultured here. You know what I'm saying? I'm black. I'm a black woman. I'm also a black woman who's went through struggle. I'm also a black woman who's been through domestic violence. I'm also a black woman who had to take care of kids of my own. I'm also a black woman where the man ended up getting incarcerated. I had to go fight for his life. I'm a black woman who went through these pains and all these things. Do you think I want to sit here and be by myself? Do you honestly think that this is what black women want? We have been trained this way, built this way. And this is not to make an excuse for the black woman, because a lot of black women I'm very embarrassed about it on extreme level. But at the same time, as a black man, you need to see as a black woman, and this is the reason why we have I don't even want to say it, I don't want to get cast out, but our boys are gay.
Yeah.
These things are happening.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? We have where men can't defend themselves. They don't know how to fight for themselves. They don't know how to work for themselves. They don't know how to go and get a job. They don't know how to do this. They don't know how to do that. So you have the black woman constantly being mother. So you don't think that and they always say black woman is mad.
Mm-hmm.
We're not mad. It's the fact is that the system has perpetuated something that has created something to where you're going to have mass incarceration, take the black man out of the family. Not only did they do that, but they also trained the younger boys and the boys now to look like we're hoes, we're bitches. That's all we are then. There's no respect for us whatsoever in the music, in the culture, or anything like that.
Mm.
There's no chivalry is dead.
So it sounds like what's going on from both of your perspective, me listening to both of you, that you both want relief from this, first of all, which means you're sane and you're self-loving. Then at the same time, what I'm hearing from both of you, not only speaking phenomena that you're seeing, you're also describing it. And it sounds like you both are aware that outliers are causing it. And the word outliers,
exactly. So we have the people on the outside who is here's the thing.
Not just people, but it's entire
systems.
And administrations and regimes that are inflicting, sitting back, planning it out and perpetrating it. But what's happening is we have so many choices of evil versus choices and opportunities for positives that, and it's gone on so long, they purposely socialized us to be the most self-sabotaging people of the entire society.
And that's why we looking at YSL unfold the way it's unfolding in the government and not only just the government, but the whole nation is allowing this atrocity to happen.
I wouldn't call that an atrocity.
They're allowing this to play out.
I wouldn't call it an atrocity.
They're making us look at this like, yes, yeah, the black people do each other. We look like fools.
It's interesting. Now I see what you're talking about. You're talking about the simple fact that the judges, the courts are all black, and the damn so-called defendants everything's black there. So they're making it look like, they're all our puppets. They're playing all the parts that we want them to play.
Now, mind you, the judge, Miss Page, is a white woman. You see how she just like
she's a white woman because they took the black man out. At first, it was a black man that was the judge.
They recused his ass, put the white woman in, and now you just got black on black crime. It's like even a president or anybody, the Department of Justice should see this is a violation of rights. We see this in our face, and they're not stopping it. They're doing it on purpose so we can look like fools against each other.
Well, I'm going to ask you a question, but I'm going to ask him a question. Then I'm going to circle back to the question I have to ask you because of what you said. I'm going to ask you the question first, then I'm going to go to him. What solutions have you thought about that can help balance the playing field for us going forward into 2025 with a new president? What solutions do you think this
Oh my God.
regime,
You
this
said new
administration?
president. You said new president.
So, what do you think that they could do to help minimize this damn systematic programming they have going on, where we keep seeing black people playing all these parts in society, but ultimately they're all the victims?
That's a hard question, Dave. Let me tell you why. Because we are not victims anymore.
If I can speak, I will let the lady speak if she wants. But if
you got a solution you think you want to say, brother?
Yes, sir. I think first of all, this goes back to the parents. This goes back to the family.
Absolutely.
Okay. My name is Freddie Dorsey. I have a YouTube channel. We started by letting them know that, hey, Adam was a black man. Okay. Moses was a black man. Yeshua was a black man. We teach that to our kids. Then we explain to them what happened in the history of the world, whereas we finally got to the point where we were enslaved. And then we also explain to them that we came here to America, and rather than us dying off, we thrived in this. Now, one thing we can look at, all those gold medals was won by black athletes. They weren't Latino, they weren't Asian, and in some cases they weren't even white.
Yeah.
Okay, so who run America? We do.
Exactly.
So we are there, we're the epitome of success in the physical world. But we also have to learn how to succeed in the mental world, the educational world, the financial world. And we slowly but surely getting our feet under us. But we cannot sit up and have a civil war among ourselves.
Exactly.
That's what they want.
What you talking about is
and
real.
that's real talk.
You know what?
That's the major problem.
Sometime, hold on, sister. Drop the jewels, sister. Go ahead. Drop the jewels, sister. Oh, okay.
I can
wait, yeah. What he said is that we can't. After he said it all, the important things that he ended it so nice. He said that we can't have a civil war amongst each other, and I just wanted to say that what we're seeing is called a public diplomacy. When you got on the line, Freddie, you spoke, Mr. Dorsey. You said that you noticed the FBA and the blah 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 war, whatever they call it, where the different black people, the diaspora wars, and well, I want to look at that in a different way. I looked at that as a public diplomacy negotiation. So I was a public diplomacy officer, and what happens is, and remember, I'm also a conflict management and mediation specialist, and for groups, not for relationships between men and women or parents only, but also for groups that are in conflict. What I see going on with this diaspora war and all this different stuff is that there are going to be people that go and involve themselves in it, express themselves, and then after they're venting, they don't like the confusion and so they separate themselves from it, and they're gonna end up making friends with some of the black people from the other side, and they're gonna say, yeah, that was too much. Yeah, I agree on this, I agree on that, I disagree on this, and then ultimately they're gonna realize they have more in common together. But then it's also going to be the sucker MCs that sit up there and get stuck on that bitching and arguing thing.
I love when you say sucker MC. I swear to God, every time you say sucker MC.
But they sucker MCs because they stuck. How you going to
sucker MC?
Now, brother Freddie, don't you agree? Somebody that's addicted to arguing and debating and all that shit, ain't that fucking weak? That's just
that. Check this out, brother. I say that all the time. I got a trend. I have a thing where I say people need the truth. TROOF, right? True reality on obvious facts. Not feelings, facts. And we need to stop dealing with feelings. If you can't show me in a book, on the computer, or some way or some form where you got your information, then I'm not saying, I'm not
That
giving it any
part,
validity.
baby. That part. Can you hear me?
Yeah, he can hear you.
Praise the Lord. Look, that part, brother. That part. I always get on people. Every time I get on social media, I'm like, give me your research. Give me your facts. But I also wanted to say something else, too. You know, back in the day, people in this country got taken over by the colonists. And the Indians was running this land, right? Do you know what their biggest downfall was? And it's one of the black problems, too. They had different tribes, right? They didn't know how to come together and unite together and fight these people off. Had they was able to do that, but they had the different tribes. So it's almost like different gangs. Now, I'm from LA. I'm here in LA. We got different gangs. And we're finally trying to come together, but that was the biggest problem. And even in the Bible, the Lord says when they start building that, I forgot what scripture it was when he talked about, he said, I had to change their language.
Oh, yeah.
Because when they come together, they go and their trying to reach the heaven. That's the issue. We don't know how to do this. See, the Indians messed around and got this land taken from them, snatched from them, because the tribes didn't know how to come together. Same thing with the blacks. Same situation. We have a population enough and we're stronger and smarter than not just blacks here in this country. It's all over the world. We don't know how to cohesively, because the Lord says when they come together, they are powerful. So that's why the white man was able to use this concept. If I'm able to divide them in their families, take the black man away and divide it, I've conquered. And that's exactly what has happened. We are so busy, pissed off at the white man. You ain't doing the fair. Man, get your ass in your own backyard. What's up, Tyrone? Why can't you kick it with us? Why can't we pull together and come together like this? That's when classism comes in. It's no longer racism. It becomes a thing where you got Uncle Sam. Even back in the day, you got the ones who go in the house. They were loyal to the white man than they are to the people who was in the field. And then you have the white man conquer us again. Slavery is now gone. So what we gonna do? We're gonna take the black man out of the family. We're gonna erase his ass, and we're gonna do whatever we can do. Mass incarceration. Then what happens? We have all of a sudden we have EBT. We have, you know what I'm saying, to help the woman, the black woman. Now we're giving her power. She don't need a nigga. You feel me? She don't need him. So this is a divide and conquer situation. Here's the thing. My position is this. Yes, everything you're saying is right. The white man has done this wrong. All this stuff. But let me tell you something. We ain't gonna be able to conquer shit unless we clear our own backyard. We gotta get our own backyard, our own people together. And that's the problem. Because how can we fight anything? How can we produce anything if we are ones who are coming up against each other?
Let her
So we go back to YSL. We got prosecutors all black.
Sister,
we coming up against each other. How can we be a strength of anything?
Okay.
Go ahead.
I live in Los Angeles also. I'm from LA too. Okay, I live in LA too.
Okay.
The biggest lie that the white man had us spreading, talking about we don't own the streets. We don't own it. We do. It's our community. I don't care whether we renting, whether we own, or we just homeless. It's our community. That's our land.
Yeah.
How is it our land, bro? How do we demonstrate it's ours?
You understand what I'm saying, brother? The white man has us on the
Okay,
how does that work?
Let him answer. Let him answer.
The white man has us under the misconception of ownership of property. My ancestors said you could never own the land. The land is eternal.
And now we see
Man
why they
died.
said that. Now we see why they said that.
Absolutely.
Exactly. So when the white man brainwashed us in thinking of private ownership, well, that led us into individualism. Oh, this is my land. Get off my property. Do this, and then we learned not to share with each other
Right.
because we used to
Right.
have a common goal, and that was survival.
Mm.
Even after slavery, we got together and we had our own communities. Oklahoma, you understand, from Tulsa, Jackson, Mississippi, Atlanta. As soon as we had what was called equal rights, we ran and gave our money to the white folks running up in the
Right.
mall.
That part. That part. Yes.
And we neglected our communities. We ran up there into those white communities, buying them houses that was 50 years old with bad plumbing and thinking that we accomplishing something. And then
Right.
finding
Because
out that the plumbing
we
don't work
had
and you had to spend all this money to replumb the house. Okay? So, my whole thing is, look, we are a community, meaning we have common unity. And until we understand you and I are tied together in the struggle, that is the
Absolutely.
unity. That goes to every black man and every black woman. And when I say black, that's from Jamaica to Belize to even down there to Argentina. We all are in the same struggle. And
That's
that
right.
is survival.
Yeah, Bob
I
Marley
pass
said
the
that.
mic.
Bob Marley said that in the song "Survival." We're gonna be closing at 11 is my end time, but I got we need to have you come on and have both of y'all on the screen.
Absolutely.
You come on, Brother
Absolutely.
Freddie, because you touched my heart. Hopefully,
You touched my heart too, and I love this. Was a
I mean,
great.
that speaks from the heart,
This is
brother.
awesome. This is a
I mean,
great
yes, I
dialogue.
filter some of the things that come out my heart through my mind, but at the same time, I speak from the heart.
I want to do a talk about witchcraft. Would y'all like to join me with that?
Yes, I got a big
Oh
sister
yeah,
on that one
brother.
too.
Can I say one thing? And there's no disrespect to any of the ladies out there. It's not witchcraft. It's bitchcraft.
Oh, there's
Now, it depends on what territory you're talking about. It's
It's
bitchcraft, but it
bitchcraft,
is
brother.
witchcraft.
It's not because understand they don't have no spiritual power. All they have is flapping their mouth.
well,
The people who know witchcraft, they know how to put formulas together, ingredients together that can go ahead and
But
overpower
you
your
do know
spirit.
that we practice in principalities above high places that we don't even know about.
Well, I'm gonna offer y'all, if y'all do that talk with me, we need to do a talk about the elections and what going forward with 2025.
Absolutely, we
what
need to talk about that.
and what we need, this country need to be doing domestically and internationally, because we're up on not only a second civil war. Let me turn this mic up, but we're also up on the third world war. And Vladimir Putin. Now, I want to offer to my audience learning about how things work on an international level beyond the classrooms, beyond the news, because I do know how things work on another level. So I do want brother and sister like you and anybody else that want to
Definitely want him on the panel.
hold on, we got somebody, we got somebody named Healing Handsome Massage. He said, have you guys heard of Passport Brothers? And then he just put, or she, I think it's a Healing Hands Massage, he or she, they put alchemy in responding to what we were just saying. Because the word witchcraft is actually in witches and warlock, that's actually a European indigenous word for the indigenous practices which they actually learned from Africans. And it's like using the spiritual, the herbs, and using the energies in nature, and using the force and powers from the sun and waters to manifest and create for specified reasons intended. And so alchemy is one one of the most original words for it, and it's actually a European derivative of the word Kemet. And we know what the word Kemet is.
European, but
Hold on, I didn't say European. I said it's a European derivative of the word Kemet. And well, you have to understand, sister, you need to understand what Kemet is. Do you know what Kemet is, sister? Kemet is the original real word for what you know as Egypt. So what I was doing was dropping some jewels and wisdom on you, is that Kemet, the word alchemy, is a derivative of Kemet, meaning the teachings of Kemet. That's what the Europeans in Latin, a word for some of the original language called Latin, they came up with a term called Kemet, because their original teachers were the Kemetic, which were the people of what's now called Egypt. So the word alchemy is a derivative word from the word Kemet, because it was the teachings from Kemet that was their source of learning. That's all I was. That's why I was dropping that. So when I use the word witchcraft, y'all, I didn't mean the European version. In Africa and in indigenous people and people from the diaspora, the word.
You said witchcraft, I look at it as voodoo. You know,
right. That's what I'm going at. That's what I'm getting at. When I say witchcraft, I mean what you mean by it. But I want to make it clear to the audience and listeners, I do not mean the European term for it. Now, I respect the European culture and I respect their learn, but they do know we got our own cultural terms. We use as black people, we use certain terms differently than Europeans do.
Exactly.
And so we use witchcraft as a term for saying using our emotions and our energies and using earth energies and to harm other people.
Well, I'm Haitian, so we call it voodoo. Baby.
Yeah, voodoo is another word for
voodoo. When I say it's prevalent,
it's very prevalent. And it's not necessary, and it's actually self-sabotage. So hopefully,
and it's generational curses too that falls behind that. But that's another subject.
No, that's what I wanted us to talk about after we do the election talk. So how about we, and hopefully Healing Hands Massage can come on too, if you want, or call in.
Absolutely, I like him.
The field, I'm not sure, I believe it's a man. The field I'm in takes me to many places. I know many self-proclaimed witches. Okay, this is a great person to talk.
Absolutely.
Healing Hands Massage, won't you DM me? And I can bring you and your sister on to talk about witchcraft.
You just said that when he just said, when I'm Haitian, so when they talk about voodoo is not all bad.
Yo, brother.
You know,
a
lot of people say, well, it's bad, but a lot of people say, well, it's healing. And so I would love to hear from him. Okay. Not saying I'm part of that.
We're going to talk about it.
We're going to talk about it. They're ones who sit there and say, no, it's healing. I have a great grandmother, my mom. She's full Haitian, and she tried to preach that.
I'm keeping up with the conversation.
Okay. I'm saying okay to you, sister, and to Brother Freddie. I'm saying okay to both of y'all. I hear both of y'all. Food. So Healing Hands Massage 777 said voodoo, hoodoo, white magic, black magic, manifestations. That's right, brother. Hey, why don't you DM me and everybody, I got to get off of here. That's my cue, 11 o'clock. Okay, no problem. So what I want to do is we can do a talk ASAP about the misuse of energies. We'll call it the witchcraft. Yeah. We're going to talk about it because human beings have a problem right now where, and I'm gonna play y'all a video. Is that okay? Can I play y'all a video?
Play the video, baby.
It's about that. So let me find the video real quick. It's about just what Healing Hands Massage and Freddie and you, Sister Mika, was talking about.
Absolutely.
Y'all gonna like this. Hold on, let me. Okay, found it. Let me. Y'all ready? You ready, Freddie and everyone
Yes,
else?
I am,
All right,
sir.
cool. Let me play this for y'all.
I'm ready.
So I'm gonna turn y'all down a little bit, by the way. And turn
Can I
myself
see
down.
it? Because I don't think everybody else can see it. And I can't see it.
That's why I said we're gonna do a talk, just me and you, off tomorrow, and I'm gonna
Oh,
tell
okay.
you how you
So
can.
you can show me offline.
We are in a period in which especially young people feel that
I'll be
their
right back.
future
Everybody look.
is in jeopardy because it is.
Add to that a pandemic. Faced with such uncertainty, magic offers a way to take back some control.
Witches are the ultimate feminists because they are taking control of their life, their destiny, and the power that the universe has to offer to them. And they're not letting anyone else determine their destiny, basically.
Groups including WITCH, this feminist group last active in the 70s, are back in business, and social media has helped witchcraft spread like wildfire.
Once you have dedicated sites on social media where these things spread, you can, a legend, a rumor, a conspiracy theory can go around the world and reach hundreds of thousands of viewers in just a few seconds.
But the real magic of witchcraft is that it makes people feel a little more powerful.
So I hope y'all were able. I hope y'all were able to hear that.
In part, I heard some parts, but I
Okay.
didn't get a chance to catch, the most, the basics of concept. I just heard.
It was just a video talking about. I'm not. It was a interview going on with a reporter journalist who was an American. She went throughout the country, and she went throughout Canada, and she went throughout Europe, interviewing witches from the witch culture, not the diaspora or Africa, but I'm talking about people that are actually from the witch culture in Europe. And what they found was that even amongst them, people are misusing the powers.
That part, yes.
And so it's a resurgence of the misuse of alchemy, the misuse of even amongst our own, of witchcraft and whatnot. People are misusing. Some people are getting into Ifa and getting into the Bakongo and getting into Msheshe in Africa so they can learn, just so they can come back and use the powers the wrong way and for the wrong reasons.
Right.
And so that's why I say I want to do a talk, and it's pretty interesting that Healing Hands Masazo is the law of attraction. He just manifested out of nowhere. So, what I'm saying, we're creating.
Where do you think the term black magic came from?
Oh, yeah, that's from the European.
Black means potent. Black means potent.
Potent magic.
That's potent magic. See, white, we have to use our common sense. We have to use our experiences to tell us, what. When you look at black dirt, ain't that the richest dirt there is?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Absolutely.
Okay. Well, look, y'all, bro, Freddie, why don't you follow me on Instagram? And you subscribed already to the, if you want, you can inbox me on YouTube. Sir. And then we can go from there. And also, if I don't respond on those, I should, but I got a lot going on. And
I also have a channel that I'm starting up.
Find you from you.
Freddie Dorsey.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. And it's very elementary.
Freddie, can you send that to me too as well on Instagram? You can look me up as well. I want to follow you too.
So, Sister, let me see. Okay, I see what's going on. Okay, then once I get that, I'll send it to you, Sister. Yeah. So what I want to do is, if I can get Healing Hands Massage to come on, talk about what you want, promote what you do and everything. But I do want to talk about this misuse of spiritual powers. And what was good about the video I just showed you guys is it talked about some of the protesters had a sign, and they were matriarchal witches. They had a sign saying hex patriarchy. You see, patriarchy is the reason why the world has been stuck in redundant suffering. Like toxic masculinity was forced onto indigenous cultures that once had a balance. So it was like, these people are balanced and happy, we're going to screw them over with this bullshit, this war machine we have. And so the war machine established the society we lived in. We've been living in for the last 2,000 years, or the last few hundred years, because World War II and World War I was a screw over. And so basically we've been living, this is as long as this, we barely stopped going into wars just 100 years ago. So we're coming up on another world war, and it's really based off this bullshit ass toxic masculinity shit. It is. Like, it's not women sitting back instigating these huge mass population liquidations. Right. It's women that's probably instigating small fry shit, but it's women inventing things that's keeping us alive. It's women coming up with solutions to feed children and shit. But it's these toxic men that are soulless, that have a grip and control over the resources of this planet right now. And they're like, I don't even know what the fuck is going on in their heads. Like, they instigating all these fucking wars. And, United States.
It's funny that you said that, and it's so true. These wars are being started just by what we've been discussing, Diddy, right? Why so? You see all of the stuff. These are wars. There are wars that are being started because it goes back to what I said about what, Kendrick has said. We are at a point where we're spiritual about this. Look at this in the spiritual realm. You got to go into the spirit realm. And like I told you before, not everybody can go in the spirit realm. You go in the spirit realm, really look at this on a higher level, higher vibration. You see the agenda. There's an agenda. And the agenda is no longer about white against black. No, it's something greater, bigger. It's so big. And so I love this podcast that you're doing right now. It's like the blacks, we need to wake up and find out what's going on in our hallway. You know what I'm saying?
I don't think it's just the blacks. I think everybody, I don't think it's just a matter of waking up. I think everybody that's on certain vibrations, but once we get to a certain heightened vibration, for some reason we're not resourced enough. It's like the Matrix has figured out how if any of them get to a certain consciousness level, we have to make sure that they don't have resources, so they can't unify.
I encourage you to listen to like 19 Keys and stuff. We gotta come together.
Well, it's good that's another thing right there. What's going on is one of the mistakes we're making is we get in our comfort zone with fanning. In other words, we become fanatics of these people that we have no access to and that don't know we exist. But for some reason, when we connect with people, or we have opportunities to actually connect with real people that exist that will give us time of day and instance, we underestimate them, or we don't give them the same energy we give these strangers. We have no that's what I wanted to say about that. Like, we gotta, like, me, you, and all of us listening, we have to work together. If somebody that's watching has an idea, contact me and say, I got this idea of something you guys could do. I might not be able to join in all the time, but if you do this, and maybe that'll be the piece to the puzzle. But what happened is we be fanboys and fangirls for these people that out here got us, and then they're not even telling you that their family is wealthy. That's the only reason why they're so out there. You know that they got dope dealers giving them all this money, and they coming out as these spiritual consciousness people, but really they got all this dope money, and they're connected to people's lives being fucked over. It's a lot of shit going on that we just not. You can call in Healing Hands Massage 777 if you're gonna call in now. I was gonna hang up, but if you want to call in, I'll wait. Healing Hands, the phone number is right there on the screen. 909-446-2388. Say again.
If I can interject.
No, go ahead, please.
Look, they've been using sorcery because that's what drugs is.
Yeah, we have to do that talk.
Mind-altering drugs. They've
That's
been
so
using
true, bro. That's
sorcery
so
against the
true.
black community since the 1920s.
Mm-hmm.
And I said,
You know,
it's
heroin
it
was
is
this thing.
sorcery.
That's what Betty Boop. That was the Betty Boop era, right?
Mm-hmm.
Betty Boop wasn't a white woman.
She's a
Betty
black
Boop
woman.
was a black woman.
Mm-hmm.
The black
Exactly.
She's a black woman.
Okay, so we all know this is common. They changed drugs on us. They go from heroin, cocaine,
Crack.
crystal meth,
Pills now.
yeah, and pills. You know, that's that alchemy right there.
Mm-hmm.
So what they do is they hit us with these toxic chemicals
Yeah.
that destroy our souls.
Can you hold on just a second, brother? Can you hold on just a second? Hey, how's it going?
How are you?
How's it going?
I'm doing good. This is Healing Hands Massage. Or
Awesome.
You could also call me Malik.
Awesome. Okay. I thought that Freddie had hung up. So how about I'm gonna let him finish, and then I'm gonna give you a cue, and you call right back. Is that cool?
For sure.
Okay. Thank you.
sure.
Thank you. Okay, Freddie. Okay, Fred. Go ahead. Finish.
Okay. Like I'm saying to you, they have been committing chemical warfare on the black community.
On everybody. They did it all over the world. What they did it in China first in the 1800s. That's how they took over Hong Kong, and then they spread it. Once it worked, they figured out the science of using drugs to fuck over a whole masses of people.
Right, the opium wars.
And
The
then
opium wars in China.
They specifically had some British come over that were part of that and taught the American government before they even had the CIA. They taught them what to do to keep, and they said, well, we're going to practice it on the blacks.
Sure did. Went straight to the communities and dropped that dope up in there.
So they've always had a war going on against us.
It's always been a war, but it's been a very strategic war. Very strategic. Once we got rid of slavery, if you notice, once they had abolished slavery.
One thing I do, I get mad is that, Europeans try to say that Africa never had any civilizations, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not true.
If we look at it, Troy was a civilization.
Mm-hmm.
Egypt was a civilization.
Mm-hmm.
And the one that they tried to eradicate and try to leave out of his Carthage was an African
in Turkey
empire.
Israel.
Carthage was an African empire.
Absolutely.
Before the Romans even showed up on the scene, Carthage existed.
Exactly.
Okay?
Absolutely.
And we have these fake Jews, these Hellenistic Jews.
I was to ask you not to use that word in any derogatory way.
No. I'm going by what
I'm
they
in
call
total
themselves.
agreement with you, but we have to be able to say code words for certain things. I call them the small hats, okay? So use the small.
Okay, well, the small hats.
Can I say something on top of that? Before he says anything, he probably can't say because there's a delay. Can I say something?
The sister want to respond. The sister want to respond to what you're saying.
Go ahead, sis.
I know there's a delay. Just tell them I'm sorry. There's a delay. What I want to say as far as the Jews, let me tell you something. I am the true Israelite. Do you understand me? I am that. And I feel that, and I know that. And the one thing I can't say about the Jews and stuff, I'm not going to say anything derogatory against them whatsoever. But I will say that there has been a system that has been placed where they want us to forget who the hell we are and where we come from.
Not only that, they want us to be slaves. They want us to be, because what is a slave? The broken people. The slaves are broken
people. They push us down to Sahara, and then we end up being slaves. That is such a bigger, deeper conversation that we have. Because once you came into the Sahara, was coming from that era of like the Israelites. When they pushed us out and threw us out, we got sit down here in Africa. Because we have, there's not racism, it's classism. So when you have the true Israelites come down, what they do, they stole us into slavery. Even there's so many stories behind it. It gets so much deeper. It's like, look, every Africans because we were coming from different sectors. Africa is a continent. Do you know that when you go look at the Bible, you look at the back and you see the map? The whole map tells you right there. And nobody wants to pay attention to that. Do you know why we ended up in America as slaves? And this is mine.
We were slaves over there. What we don't realize is in Africa, we were
are
slaves.
the people. We are them. And that's why when you go into the Old Testament, it talks about the what was going on with them. Like, God said, I'm going to curse you, but I still love you, but you're still my people, but this is going to happen. I'm going to scatter your asses all over the damn earth.
Now look, y'all, we just did good on that level, but Freddie, I'm gonna have to let you go off the phone. I'm gonna have to let this other gentleman call in now that I have a chance for him to call in. And what I'm gonna do is have to ask y'all by 10 o'clock tomorrow, since we all West Coast time. Let's have a talk, not a live, but we're gonna decide what time we want to do a live together. We got to address the elections and stay on the election. We're gonna at least talk
Oh my
for 4
God,
hours
so we have been so distracted
about the
by
election,
the Diddy
okay?
situation.
Are you talking AM?
So 10 o'clock tomorrow AM, I need to hear from everybody, because that's going to be the time that I'm going to put aside so that I can decide we can all agree on times to do what we're going to do. Because my priority is
you at this number, right?
Yeah, because I have a couple of individual talks. I have a brother, he's going to talk about the elections. He'll probably be in studio with me, and then y'all be remote. And it'll be the four of us. And then Sister Delphi Priestess.
I didn't even come to the studio.
Hold on. Okay, the time will come. But Sister Delphi, I'm not sure. She's probably with her children right now. But I'm going to have her come on, and she's going to be breaking down some serious cosmic science. And we got a lot of spiritual people on. If anybody's spiritual, Brother Kashapp Bey or Timelines, Algorithm, or any of y'all, official code, if any of y'all want to come on and talk with Sister Delphi, because she's going to drop the science about the infinite goddess and the force and power of the feminine, and how it's taking back power over our planet. And so or if you call it a planet, there's a lot of other people on this. I just called out a few names. The Spiritual Designer, we have Keem Inks, we have Dia 214. You know what I'm saying? We got Franco 77, who been on here before. Zazette, the Advocate. You know what I'm saying? Sister Mika. We got Mike Suit, Healing Hands Massage. Call back in now. Healing Hands Massage. Brother, Freddie Dorsey. You got the number. Call me by 10 tomorrow. Let's set it up. Definitely. And me and Mika gonna have it. So let's talk tomorrow.
And it was an honor talking to you, brother.
Yeah.
It was an honor.
It was a major honor talking to you, man. I want to hear more from you, man. Seriously.
And it was an honor listening to you, sister. I'm sorry I didn't have a chance to interact with you, but everything you said was.
That's okay. We're gonna have more time, baby.
Gratitude, brother. Peace.
Hey, God bless you, brother. Have a good night.
Good night.
God bless you.
So, all right. Our friend is calling in. Now they're on the line. Peace.
Hello.
Bless. How's it going?
I'm doing very well. And yourself?
Good. You know, when I seen it, I thought it said healing handsomeness. I was like, healing handsomeness. Okay.
Be powerful.
So healing hands massage. So you out there helping people.
You doing a massage?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
We've actually encountered once before. I'm not exactly sure if you remember, but
Yeah, I mean, I do remember you. I remember you.
But I did have a little bit of things to say on the topic of more witchcraft.
Okay. Wonderful.
So one thing I can say is that regardless of what's taught in the schools and what's taught in higher education, I can verify from experience and just from like active experience that there is a lot to magic. There's a lot to the names behind it. One could say that even the practice that I do involves, I guess, like some healing behind it, hence my name.
Mm-hmm.
That a lot of it really comes more from intention and trying to just kind of help the person the best we can and look what we know of the body.
Okay.
But you guys did mention earlier about the abuse of magic, and that's definitely the things I really wanted to more go on. So one thing I'm going to just say.
Go ahead.
So one thing I'm going to just go ahead and just say this because it's just the truth. A lot of people who are going towards like magic and other forces for it's a lot of it really does come from deep insecurity or deep pain. Something happened usually in their childhood, like in my case. I am a survivor of trauma, and when you have negative coping skills to get through problems, you're going to turn to forces that are going to represent power. You're going to feed more into things that promise that. And that's, what leads on to more. That's where things get worse. When you are following power to help heal yourself, you're only going to worsen yourself by being more alone with that power. And from what I've seen, just from working with many self-proclaimed witches or people who are just kind of too involved in those things, what starts off as something that's trying to improve themselves and help that deep injury that they have to their psyche, it just takes more and more from them. And that's why I wanted to more explain kind of the reasoning from that. I am a person that used to practice psychokinesis. I am a person that used to do some really crazy stuff because I was in a very bad place and I was young. And the difference is that, many of us managed to break out of that and go more towards like a positive route. And also,
have you heard of the book? The Ethical Psychic Vampire?
No, but I've heard the Epic of Gilgamesh. But one thing I do want to just say is that ultimately these things come from like people just want that control, and they're reaching out to forces that can try to help give them that control. And the reality is that a lot of us can't really fully control everything that happens to us. So I feel like when people are getting more into anything regarding these things, they need to be looking more as like a balanced perspective. They are imbalanced. A lot of society is imbalanced. Physical, mental, emotional, spiritually, we're imbalanced. And it seems like that we're trying to fix the imbalance by becoming more imbalanced. You cannot take 5 from the number 2. You can't take 1 from the number 0. And I think that the bad magic stuff tricks people into thinking that you can become this omnipotent force that could just snap his fingers and then things happen. You are not God. In a way, one could make the argument that you are a part of the universe and therefore God, but it does not change the fact that you can't just snap your fingers and then things happen. And yes, I've worked with many people with this mindset. I used to have this mindset. And that's where a lot of these things come from. And I think the system takes advantage of our insecurities and puts these, frankly, false idols in our face and says, you can have it all. you could just snap your fingers and things will happen.
Yeah.
You know, and I think that's where it comes from, and that's from my experience of using the tango and that, frankly, nonsense, and being too involved with people who have that same deep insecurity.
Wow.
And I know a lot of the traumas that lead to it too.
Traumas that lead to it. Trauma. So trauma leads people to looking into either escapism, or they're looking to different forms of power, narcotic means of power.
They're trying, because here's the thing. Here's an example too, and we've seen this in history. The name Xerxes,
yeah, I know Xerxes. Samaria.
Xerxes was raised to be narcissistic and raised to believe the things that he believed.
Exactly.
He was raised to believe that way. Eventually, he found out that he wasn't, but he had to, and that's actually very sad that he had to find out rather than continue to live a delusional, happy life. But that's the consequences that comes with it. And one thing I can say is that I personally was raised to kind of believe I was a little bit more than what I was. I got too much in my own head, and certain things led to that. And it takes a lot to eventually kind of realize, hey, no.
Yeah, I trust me. I know somebody that was. I'm like, to relate with you, I'm the guy from The Devil's Advocate. I'm the guy that Keanu Reeves played. My dad was his dad. And I didn't even meet my dad till I was damn near 40 years old. I met him a couple of times. I knew him when I was a child, but he disappeared until I was damn near 40 years old. And so I had no idea what I was walking into, trying to get to know the guy that was the dad. And so my dad is an example of what you're saying. I don't even think that's even reality. I would say my dad wasn't even that. He was just one of those cold-blooded people. So he wasn't even what you spoke of. He never even needed that. That's a whole nother level of human, what he was. He never believed in no God. He never believed in anything. He never needed to do no witchcraft or nothing, because he'd track you down and kill you. And so I'm wrong for you and bring that up, but I did. It took me a while because I was a player. So I was raised up having a lot of women, and my mama and aunties raised me, and they always had told me, you don't want to have a problem with a woman. You can't win a war with a woman.
I know that.
You can't do it. I'm like, I'm just having women for fun and stuff. I didn't realize as you get older.
You cannot win that war, baby.
And as you get older and you start dealing with women that are of age, they more serious. I was used to taking care of I was a successful guy, so I was used to taking care of myself and having things on my own. I'm not even thinking about the fact that these women want to lay down and have a baby and want to have a relationship. I'm just, I'm trying to get to Miami to have fun. I'm meeting them in California. I'm just want to have fun, or in Vegas or in Arizona. I'm in Jamaica. They want to get a American citizenship. It's not crossing my mind. But what I didn't realize is they was doing witchcraft on me. And I was wondering why I kept getting locked up, or people kept successfully defeating me in different things. I'm like, how am I losing? I don't know what losing is. What is going wrong? And it was them women was giving out bad energy, because in their mind.
That you said that. I'm so glad you said that, David. It's because a lot of people do not understand, these women, it is witchcraft. It is witchcraft.
It is witchcraft. It's vexation.
It's a lot of witchcraft.
Vexing.
You think, you know how a woman is scorned, and the things that she says in the private of her room and stuff, that it's witchcraft. You know how the Lord says, He says, there's power in the tongue.
Yeah, we're here.
Yeah, I thought someone else was on.
Yeah, she's responding to what we said.
Can you hear me?
You can't hear her because
Yeah,
you only have one device. I keep advising every.
Should I have my?
Well, what I try to tell people do is, if you're gonna use your phone to watch, and then you end up using that phone to call, it's gonna cut off the ability to watch and call at the same time. So, it's
he
just
can't hear me.
no, he can't. That's so. There's because of the fact that he's using one device. That's a lot of people don't know that. That's why some of these people don't. A lot of these people don't call in is because they're using one device and they want to keep with the flow. And that's why they.
For next time, I should be able to do that.
Yeah, because you just start if you're watching on a desktop or on a laptop, but you could watch on that and then you can call. It makes it easier. You see what I mean? But I'm gonna let her respond and I can relay what she says, like as if she's speaking a language and I'm just speaking it to you. It's like I'll be an interpreter. So go ahead, speak, sis.
I lost some train of thought. What was I talking about? What was I saying?
Well, he was talking about, remember he dropped a lot of science and a lot of knowledge about the depth of why people get caught up in seeking narpharic and malevolent use of their own energies, and they're trying to tap into entities and principalities for the sake of having some form of power.
And one of the things
because they had trauma. That's what he was saying. Go ahead. He wants.
One of the things I wanted to say was this. As I said before, you can't take one from zero, and no entity likes to work for free. So you see, it's kind of like this.
Yeah, you learn it in IFA.
You see, a lot of it comes like when it comes to balance, and when it comes to what you have to just work with what you have. Because if you don't, okay, let's say you're in debt, you owe $2,000. So instead of, doing things the long and tedious way, because maybe you have issues with rent or other life problems, you go to a mobster or somebody, and he gives you the money, and now you basically solved all these other problems, but now you got to pay him back.
Yeah.
And they don't, and they're not exactly.
We don't have payday loans.
P. Diddy going through that.
Exactly.
I call them payday loans. I ain't borrowing no money from no mobsters.
Sometimes, depending on the magic or on the culture or the context behind it, it's like these things could happen within like instantly a couple days, weeks, years ahead of time. 3 times is harder. Depends. It's like it varies. And you might not feel it now because you tap into some weird black magic thing that allows you to be able to have the ability to be extremely manipulative because maybe you have something helping you and helping you be able to tell you what to say. And then it just keeps getting worse.
Right.
Look at P. Diddy. Look at P. Diddy.
Yeah,
P. Diddy just got arrested. He just got arrested. P. Diddy just got arrested, and people, in my personal opinion,
he's never going to get out.
He got beaten by a person that he got beat by a person in prison that he hurt. All right, that was a big major financial loss. That was, I think, $10 to $100 million.
Okay, I'm
She's gonna respond. Let's let her respond. She's gonna respond. I'm sorry if you can't hear, but she's gonna respond.
Okay, so I'm a little bit lost on where he got lost. I don't think P. Diddy got lost anywhere. I believe that P. Diddy was groomed. He was groomed since he came into the field.
Not just that. Hold on. Remember, P. Daddy was the dude that was selling all the dope for his daddy. Was the first grooming.
Bullshit. Like, no, he was not lost.
He was evil from the beginning. He was evil from the beginning.
He was
being evil. His daddy was the dope dealer for Nicky Barnes and Frank Lucas. He was raised up on pure evil.
He was raised that way. He got tied to Clive Davis. I mean, the whole story behind that whole situation, I think it's a little premature to make a comment on it yet until we get all the information that's going to come out. Because I'm going to tell you something, P. Diddy is not the only person who started this shit. He did not. He was groomed.
He ain't even the worst
like
one
he
of them.
Groomed everybody else.
Oh, he's
He
just one
was
of many.
groomed.
He's just one of
His daddy didn't. Let me tell you something. And
But
I'm
it is
getting a little
witchcraft.
passionate about
It
that.
is
Because
witchcraft.
I'm very irritated by Puff Daddy, P. Diddy, Sean Puff
Demonology.
Tone, whatever the fuck you want to call his
Is
ass.
actually
Because
another
not only was he that person who did what he did, he also did this shit to his children. He did this shit to his mama. He did this shit to Biggie. He did this shit to Tupac. He did this shit for the culture. He did all this shit. Not only did he do that, but he was having sex with young boys, with Clyde Davis, with all these people in the industry. So it's very premature to speak on what's happening. And the reason why I'm getting irritated and agitated, because I don't want anybody to speak on this shit until we get all the facts that come out. Because right now, I don't give a rat's ass about it being anything, culture, anything like that. This shit is sick. Period. It's sick. And everybody who's part of it, Will Smith, Clyde Davis,
Exactly.
We can keep naming them, Mary J. Blige,
They criminals,
Jay-Z,
though.
Jesus
They
Christ.
criminals.
You know how big this shit is?
Exactly.
We need to be mum for a minute.
Ooh, it's
Because
big.
this asshole has done something so fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
And he sat there and his ego is so big that he had the ability to pay off politicians.
I mean, he killed his children's mother.
Mothers. He sat there and burned up people's houses, set their cars on fire, beat women down, stomped their face in front of other celebrities. Nobody said shit. And he has just been able to just get ghosts on this shit. And at this point, it's very emotional for me and for the whole entire culture, Black culture, that the fact this man has been doing this shit for decades. This is, we ain't even
The
touched
big deal
on.
about it is they sat up there and allowed him, and they got evidence.
Allowed
So listen,
him,
hold on.
David.
They
Allowed
got
the
evidence.
industry.
Why, let me say. Watch
We
what I'm gonna
knew
say.
he
Hold
was
on.
this.
Yeah, but let me say, because we got all kind of people on here right now. Him and Quincy Jones killed Tupac. Quincy Jones and
Remember, I
Diddy
mentioned
killed
Quincy Jones.
Tupac. That's who killed Tupac. And they got all these same people that are coming out saying, yeah, P. Diddy is a bad guy. I've been distancing myself from him. They knew that.
They knew
Clyde
it. That's
Davis
the whole
acting
problem.
like
Is
he
that
too
you
old.
guys have said, you've been at all white parties. You
What's his
see
name?
your
Lucy and
videos,
Grange.
everything.
Lucy and Grange, the owner of Universal Music Group, was going over there laying pipe and getting pipe from fucking Puff Daddy and who knows the hell else.
But here's the thing.
So
Diddy's the fall guy. He's the fall
hold
guy.
on,
Right?
Jay-Z, and who
Jay-Z,
killed Aaliyah?
Beyonce.
Who killed Aaliyah? Look, I'm dealing with just the killings. I'm talking about the killings. And hold on, Left Eye, they try to act like the government. They keep blaming the government. The government don't got to kill.
My God, you
They
said
talking about,
Left Eye.
look, the government.
Part
Listen,
Aaliyah,
the government's
Aaliyah.
supposed to have killed everybody. The government doesn't have to kill a lot of people. The Illuminati don't have to kill. You know what they do? They take their protections off of them because it's already a lot of people that want to kill them.
Yes, yes.
So why don't you tell us more about the use a little bit? I got to get off this I'm supposed to already been off. Damn. So I'm going to have to get off this. So how about me and you talk tomorrow? Could I get a call from you tomorrow? Or can we, or do you want to go back and forth on a DM? We could talk. I'll DM you tomorrow. We could DM each other, and how about we all contact each other and we'll set up times to go live? How about that? Because I really want to go live with you about witchcraft. What's your name? What do I call you by your
this
name?
whole situation right here with Diddy and the whole industry is witchcraft at its
I really
finest.
wanted to say this just before.
Hold on, let him say this. Let him say this.
I just wanted to say this just before we all decided to get off of here.
Okay.
Regarding magic, it's also on some level like a little subjective as well. But you got magic that's more within the confines of healing and balance, which is something that is, there's good there's good stuff that genuinely comes from that, but it does get bad the moment you start trying to use that to take control. You can't use it for insecure reasons. That's just the reality. If you use magic for reasons that are insecure, it's usually going to end badly. You're going to end up summoning some sort of entity, and usually it's not a good one. Relating to witchcraft, black magic and stuff, there's books and many different like information about demonology and the things that you're summoning. Almost all cultures have some sort of name for what these things are. It's very careful. Be careful what you put out there.
Well, how about we do a talk? Let's talk tomorrow, and
that's all I have to say for now.
You're gonna be able to talk about all that, and you too, sister. We're gonna do another talk on what you want to. So everybody, I got a sleep schedule because I'm healing from some serious injuries, and so I'm really grateful. And we will all be talking one-on-one and with everything, setting up the times, and then we'll be going live. And all of us can, if you're not the one on the screen, you will be calling in and being able to interact, et cetera, et cetera. And everybody that is still on here, I am looking for donations to get this equipment proper, get everything, and so that I can keep get things to the next level, so that we can I can have everybody come into the studio. And then not only that, I want to get mobile so that I can come to you and interview you in person wherever you're at. So that's the goal, and that's the reason why I'm taking donations. I did put it in the different chats. So gratitude, everybody, get you some rest. We're in the shadow hours. You need the dreams. All right?
Sure.
Hopefully everybody's satisfied, and we will be talking tomorrow. Benevolence, it's love every time. Davidemetri, I am out.
Out.
I'm in.